Good evening, my fellow exiles. I hope you're all doing well. Tonight I am the guest of honor. Wow, I'm bestowing some pretty big things on myself. I'm the guest on the Path to Exile podcast with MisoShirox, KallTorak, and Dead Rabbit. Gonna be fun. We're gonna discuss Path of Exile 2.030 predictions, the state of the game, probably just shoot some random crap around for a bit. It's gonna be a good one. If you want to join along, watch this VOD, or you can go on over to MisoShirox's channel. He will be streaming this live on Twitch. I'm also streaming live on Twitch, or if you're just wanting to see the overlay and everything, it's going to be on Miso's channel after the fact. Hope you are all doing well tonight. We also are expecting a Path of Exile 2 teaser tonight. I am shocked that Grinding Gear Games has not dropped a teaser. This is insanity. If they don't drop it tonight, it breaks years of cycle. Path of Exile 1 leagues and one Path of Exile 2 league. It would be an anomaly. We'll see what happens. Hey, Tulap, what's going on, man? Okay. I'm probably gonna hop into the chat with everyone in just a moment. So you're gonna hear them on this side of the camera. Let's see. Let me put up a text file really quick. We're gonna co-stream. It's gonna be pretty cool. Text. New source. It's going to be pod with Miso. Yep. KallTorak and Dead. There we go. Look at that. So professional. You see that professionalism right there? Whoa! I think I spelled everyone's names right. Okay, hey Lone Legionnaire. Hey Valatus. I'm about to hop on here. My wife might need to grab a sleeping child from the car. My sleeping child, by the way. So, they're on their way home. So, if I disappear for a moment, I apologize. Alright. Let's jump in. Let's make sure I have the right camera. Man, I hope we get the teaser tonight, everybody. Okay, test video. Yeah, we good. Oh. Oh, that is a problem though. We won't share it. And then I need to flip camera. See. Do I need to flip? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if I need to flip. Oh. Oh, the call is bugged. I'm gonna hop in and see what happens. Oh my goodness, the name in YouTube is wrong. Okay, joining video call. Oh no, is Discord bugged? No way. Exiles. Discord appears to be bugged right now. Maybe try a new group DM. You can try a new group DM, see if that works. Oh, Discord voice is down. It's down globally, Marek. Oh my, hey Bretson, what's happening, man? Hey Dub Stomp. What's happening, dude? Oh no! Oh no! Discord's completely down. That's rough. It's intermittent. Okay. Oof. Okay. We could try Google Meets. Google Meets it's not nearly as good, is it? They'll fix it quick. Hopefully it'll be fixed fast. Are devs joining this podcast? They are not joining this podcast. This is a pod with MisoShirox, KallTorak, and Dead Rabbit. We are speculating about PoE 2. We think that we should be getting a teaser today. All right, gonna start a new call. How do I start a video call? Here we go. Log in, log in, log in, log out, log out. It's not working. Hey Sanctum, what's happening, man? Where have they teased the teaser? They haven't teased the teaser. That's the thing, guys. Okay, so I think a lot of you might be new to grinding your games and their style. They like to do announcements of announcements of announcements far in advance. So one example is we already know August 29th is the day the new PoE 2 League comes out. However, they usually tease it about 2 weeks out from the live stream. The live stream usually occurs 8 days from the release of the expansion. Usually. It almost always occurs 8 days out. That would mean that the live stream is 2 weeks away from today, which means they would tease it today. This is actually the first, like, they usually tease it beyond this. Dawn of the Hunt, for example, was 16 days before, blah, 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 blah. I'm shocked it's not posted yet. I thought it would be out last week or yesterday, but it was wrong. All wrong. Okay. I got the glove and the gauntlet. That is it. Do I think PoE 2 will live up to the expectations? I am trying not to overhype myself for this patch. So I am going to be chill. I'm just going to enjoy what comes. Hopefully it has claws and fur. We'll have to see. All right, I am joining a group. Whoa, flashbang. I need to make sure that it's my... Okay, allow mic and camera. Use mic and camera. Allow this time. Okay. All right. We're going to go back to just me. All right. I don't think I'm sharing any personal data. I believe this is my Talkative Try account. Okay, we should be good to go. Okay. Why this news speculation? Because the update's releasing in 3 weeks. Or it's hype time. Ask to join. All right.
And Google Voice also seems bad at picking up my mic.
Yeah, let's try. This
Hi.
Is not. Yeah, this is not good.
You can't do it with these like portraits. Can you rearrange them?
No, it's not happening.
Well, Discord usually fixes stuff really fast.
Yeah, just hope it gets fixed anytime now.
Right.
Hopefully.
That's the hope. Oh yeah, and people have their personal names on Google Meet too. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways to cut it out for sure.
Right. Okay.
You know, yeah. Okay. This is definitely not gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we crossed. I don't know. The only other one I can think of is Zoom that does like a good aspect ratio, but I don't know if we have Zoom.
I've never used anything else, so I'm down for whatever we want to try.
Yeah, we can try Zoom, or if like it's not up within the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we can reschedule.
Yeah.
I know Dead Rabbit's probably suffering right now, so I don't know if it's late where you are.
Let's leave the call for now, and then I'll try Zoom.
Okay,
like
sounds
that.
good. Sounds good.
All right.
Okay, everybody. Blame Discord for the issues. I swear it's not us. Okay, we're competent individuals. All right. We're just hungry for some Path of Exile 2 content. We're desperately trying to fill that hole with other means. Okay. What games have people been playing? They have to hide it. Try. The last one was a disaster. The last update was a disaster. You are correct. They need to fix it. Oh, he sees his camera now in Discord voice at least. Okay. Okay. I desperately want to fill my hole. Is that what I said? I thought it was this hole. I actually haven't been playing a lot of video games. Much to the disappointment of my brother and friends who want to play Age Mythology with me. I was on a little bit of a Guild Wars 2 stint. Miso's in. Oh.
When I see these visuals from the webcam, I'm seeing a delay.
Hello.
Hello. You're right. Discord does fix things quickly.
That was super fast. Very nice. Heck yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Discord is I don't know, it was a little wonky for me today in general.
Oh, it was?
Or all of a sudden it like uninstalled from my computer or something like that. It was weird.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that at least now it worked.
Working on my end.
Yeah, okay. Well, hopefully crisis averted and we won't have to deal with any problems.
Oh, okay. I was installing Zoom.
It works. They fixed it.
We don't have
Let's
to
go.
anymore. Okay.
Get that shit off my PC.
Let me make sure everything on my end is good because I need to. Because we've never done a 4-person podcast before, so I will need to do some, moving around of cameras and stuff like that.
Sounds good.
Are you live already?
No. I was gonna, and then everything just kind of blew up. So I was like, you know what? It's fine. I'm just gonna slap. We'll just pull the ads down to once per 30 seconds or 30 seconds per hour or whatever, and then it should be fine.
Great. I am live, but they can only see me. So.
Okay.
I have the share thing, the collab stream together, ready to go whenever you go live, Miso.
Yep, got it.
Rick!
Yeah, this is a little scuffed today, unfortunately, just because of the, I was hoping to be able to start getting this stuff together, but, sometimes that just doesn't happen.
It happens,
I have food. My wife made me pears and figs. I'm good.
That looks delicious. My wife is going to bring me an energy drink.
Oh, I've already had 3, and I feel like 16 again.
Oh, son.
16 again.
I had
my
first energy
drink.
They're
not shake.
Going to watch the Fantastic Four at midnight. It changed me. Crazy. It was a Celsius.
Rake, thank you so much for the raid, Mr. Rake. We're gonna raid into Miso as soon as we're ready.
Let me, let me just start the stream. It'll be scuff right now, but I think whenever the podcast goes live, we'll just do the usual intro and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think in general it's fine if you wanted to be live for your setup and stuff, just to let the viewers pre-roll in. Yeah, I'm sure avoiding doing that from the editing of the VOD purposes, but I'm not afraid of being live right now is what I meant.
Okay. Yeah, I just hit the live button. We're live.
I'm afraid of being live every single day.
Well, yeah, I'm always.
I thrive on fear.
Oh, nice. You got the animated one going.
Yeah, it's only for this screen though. It's only for this screen. If we do the browser screen, it'll be a little different.
Yeah, we never. I don't even know if they know you set up a browser screen yet. I don't think we ever told them, so we need to have that.
I never told them, but if they watch the podcast, they should be able to figure that out and see it. Get a little behind the scenes at what goes on while I'm fixing all these things.
I need a haircut.
You need a haircut, bro? I need a haircut. My hair is insane right now.
I kind of thought it looked kind of cool. You had wet hair in one of the shorts. I think it kind of looked like...
Yeah, but it only stays wet for a little bit, then it dries up, man. Then it looks like trash. My hair, it expands super quick when it dries out, so I look like I have puffy hair, and it's not appealing to the eye, at least my eye.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, that was not towards you. That was my okay towards my chat. We're raiding into Miso now. That was super friendly, just saying something.
Okay.
Okay.
No, That was like my okay. We're raiding into Miso now.
Oh my god.
See ya.
That was funny.
Well, it's not Sia because they're gonna be here, you know.
Yeah, it's not
Sia.
Sia.
Yeah, see,
We saved the
see-
Cias
see
for the
you.
end of the pod.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. I can close my OBS now.
Elaborate.
Yeah, all you need to do is go. I'll send you a knock.
Oh, that's so easy.
and you
Yeah,
just gotta
yeah, I
set
see it.
that.
I
Yeah.
get knocks by random people like all the time with like 0 viewers, and I don't know
Uh-huh.
I don't know what I'm going into, so I never click yes. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, I like the edit.
And then you'll have a little window will pop up, and you'll have to mute your mic on that.
Okay. Oh, yep, I see it.
I like the edit you made, Miso,
Which one?
with the PoE2 logo.
Oh yeah. Because
It looks way better this way.
I know. I agree.
I was wondering
But-
how we would adjust it and how you would like. I was trying to figure like how exactly you would change it. And I actually like how you changed it right here. Just like it overlapping like that it looks so good and like at least compared to before.
Yeah, I thought it looked weird when it was just like being covered. Because the
I agree.
original was actually like this, but then they changed it to where it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
They do a good job with the overlays.
Yeah, I
Right.
love the animation.
It looks so good.
Yeah, our overlay for the viewers who are watching has leveled up this week. It was not animated in the previous episodes. We kind of were rushing to get this podcast out, and I mean, it was honestly impressive. MobileX even got us the overlay, the original overlay to us as fast as they could, and that looked incredible. And now, like, you know, this just looks so cool.
They work
Yeah,
quick.
actually, it's a little scuffed now that I think about it because I might have. Yeah, there's supposed to be an overlay under that's animated, but I kind of screwed that up. Awkward.
Oh
Actually,
yeah,
maybe-
the bottom one,
actually,
the
I can fix
rotating or
that.
whatever.
Actually, I can fix that. I can fix that.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh nope, no, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Wait, why can I not do this?
You still have the following like the overlay still.
Yeah, I'll turn that off. I'll
It's going
pause
right
it.
over my face. I'm like.
Yeah, I'll pause
oh.
My perfect time to follow Miso.
Oh yeah, since Snoozer is in the chat here right now, I have to flex with these emotes he made for me.
Oops.
I have to flex. Look at these emotes.
Guess it doesn't
Nice.
work. Whatever. It's fine. It is what it is.
Oh, that's cool.
Look at the streamer client emote. The wait, which one? Like look at the Arnold div. Isn't that is?
Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, there's so much setup because we have 2 new.
You're good, brother.
Oh, you're totally fine, man.
You are good.
Dude, I was doing podcasts like 3 times a week, and it took me like 10 minutes every time. So, you're sad.
Oh damn! I didn't even know you were gonna put up. I was gonna say you could just leave me out of the this screen, but you set up a 4 webcam one already.
Yeah, I did. I spent a bit last night doing it.
Well done, sir.
Looks beautiful.
Thank you.
Did you enable shared chat as well?
Not yet.
I have not yet. I have not
Okay,
yet
okay.
because I've been doing this thing in the background. Just sorry.
You're good.
Just for the viewers, you know, I guess background information. Discord kind of pooped on us, like literally, you know, 20 minutes ago as we were trying to set all this up. So the ideal was that we would have all this set up by now, but Discord told us no.
Yeah,
I think that's accurate.
Discord's rude. We are almost there though. So we are going to be doing bro talk. Like I'm gonna bring us in, do the intros. I'm gonna throw to Try. I'm gonna have you do like a 1 to 2 minute like, hey, I'm Try. If you don't know who I am, type thing. This is what I do. And then we're going to transition to bro talk. Bro talk is what we've been up to the last week. You know, what games you've been playing that are not PoE2 related.
Anything.
Shoot.
Anything, yes.
Oh,
It's how we
anything.
catch up. It's how we catch up week to week because, you know, we may hang out every week, but I don't have time to watch their streams all day, every day, you know?
True.
But yeah, And then we'll transition into PoE 2 stuff after bro.
And some of us don't stream all day every day.
Yeah, me. I don't like streaming. I get serious anxiety when I'm streaming. It depends. Like I have to be just in the right mood to stream. I don't know. I just get like if I don't have a good game plan and I'm like if I'm idle for like 10 minutes, I'm like, oh my god, my viewers hate me. They must be so bored. I gotta turn it off. So I have to have like a lot to do for me to stream.
Just come on to my stream. It's boring.
I saw you guys. Well, I didn't. Saw this morning that you guys were playing Peak together.
Yeah, that was fun. That was a lot of fun.
I want to join you guys next time if I'm around. That game's so fun.
Dude, playing anything with Prada is the most fun you can ever have. The guy is
Prada's a goofball.
I don't know
for sure.
how he doesn't have a stand-up career yet. I don't know.
He is a
like
goofball.
literally the funniest person I know.
He's great. That was so much fun.
When you slipped on that thing, like the goo on the ground, and he said, "This guy is getting jiggle fucked in Spawn right now." Like, what?
It was oh my god. Oh, that was such a good fun session. It was nice to meet Viv too. I don't think I had met Viv. Like I didn't know of Viv before. So
Yeah, she told me after she's like super sick, so she was a little bit very much under the weather. But we're gonna do that again. That was so fun.
Mm-hmm. We'll run it back.
I need to go a little bit higher, I think. Yeah. Then I can zoom in a little bit more.
Okie dokie. Yeah, okay. I think we should be good for setting up the frames and everything.
All right, let me adjust camera slightly. I still want to have Jonathan in there.
Yeah, let me just set up the YouTube stream, and that's the last thing I need to do, and then we should be solid and golden.
Excellent.
Don't forget the chat thing.
Oh yeah. I need to do the knock.
I'm wanting to see Try's chat. I have it open.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's just get this here. Okay, save that. And then we'll get the YouTube stream started. And then last but not least, we need to get the knock stuff going on. Oh, didn't they get a knock request from you? Try.
Oh, I did
Wow,
not knock
what
yet.
a
I'm
mess.
sorry.
Oh, okay, I'll send you a knock right now then.
I was waiting for you to knock me, man.
Oh,
I know.
hey, it is just as long as it's we keep it at knocking.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. I muted myself.
Okay, you gotta mute yourself. I will mute myself. And chats should be shared right now.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, you can see the logo already.
Okay.
Someone's typing in your chat and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Perfect.
Cool.
Perfect. I think with that, then we should be all good to go.
All right. If we're good, then I will bring us in. All right, everybody, and welcome to episode 4 of the Path to Exile podcast, partnered with Mobalytics. I am KallTorak, and joining me every week is MisoShirox and Dead Rabbit. And this week, we have a very special guest, Talkative Try, my man. How are you doing, sir? And tell the community, if in case they somehow don't know who you are, who you are.
I'm doing well. I'm a little tired, but my wife has an energy drink en route, so I will be drinking that momentarily. And yeah, I'm Talkative Try. I have been doing Path of Exile videos for about 2 years now. The hype person for the launch of Path of Exile 2. I've been making videos on it since the release, whether it's news, commentary, drama, podcasts, interviews, so on and so forth. Slowed down a little bit because I was having some health issues, but I am back in full force for 030. When that's totally releasing on August 29th, there's no way they're going to delay it like they've delayed this teaser. Right?
Listen,
Never.
It would be crazy for them to delay. That would be crazy, but I wouldn't be surprised if like that's a possibility, you know? Like if they're not who knows?
I hope not.
Oh, please.
Yeah. Like if it was going to be delayed, we would have been heard by now, at least for sure, right?
I think 99% were safe. Like, I don't think there's any issues. I think they're waiting for the perfect moment to post a picture of a bear or something, you know?
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, we were hoping it would be right before this podcast, but we didn't get those teasers. But I'm excited. I know these guys are excited to have you on. You know, as someone who's like new to the Path of Exile community, you know, when I get passionate about something, I want to consume as much information from it as possible. And it was through your streams, your podcasts, your shows that I learned not just much about Path of Exile 2 and the lore and stuff, but about community members like Sir Gog and Dreamcore and Alcohol, like all these guys that I did not know about before. You know, now I'm like big fans of them, and it's through a creator like you. So, you know, I know all three of us are excited to have you on. Before we dive into the PoE 2 talk, you know, we like to start these shows with a little bit of bro talk. What have we been up to, non-PoE 2 related? I recently just started playing Deadlock. I am pleasantly surprised with it. It is, I guess, I'm sure everyone's done reviews on it by now, but it's like Hades meets an ARPG in a sense. And I don't know, I love Hades. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And I've just started playing. I'm like less than 8 hours in, but I'm enjoying it a lot.
Hellclock or Deadlock?
Helllock? What did I say?
What
did I say?
Deadlock.
I said Deadlock? Okay, that's the Valve game, right? My bad. Hellclock. I meant Hellclock. My bad. Right. Too many clocks.
Yeah, I was about to say, because I was like, oh, Deadlock kind of makes sense because you do have a MOBA background, but
I misspoke. Hellclock.
It's definitely news to me.
Both amazing games.
I do like Deadlock though. I do like Deadlock. Did any of you guys ever play Hellclock though?
I played about an hour.
You did, right?
Yeah, I played a lot of it. I played, I don't know. I think I played like 15 hours or something of it.
Have you beaten it? Yeah. Was it like hard or?
So Act 3 is pretty dang hard. You kind of have to have a pretty good build going into it to actually beat it. And then Endgame is, they've been actually updating and adding a lot of Endgame features, which I've been pleasantly surprised about. They've been like, even though the game just came out 1.0, it kind of feels a little bit like it's still in early access because like they just updated it so quickly.
Hey. Let's not talk about updating games fast in early access. Come on. Miso, what are you doing? Doesn't happen to every game.
I guess me more excited to dive into it. You know, Miso, I saw you playing Titan Quest. What are your thoughts on that game?
Oh my gosh, Titan Quest. Did anybody else play Titan Quest, by the way? Playing Quest 2?
I played
really?
it.
I tried it?
I played it for 30 minutes and I refunded it.
Really? You didn't like it?
Okay. I refunded it for different reasons. It had nothing to do with the gameplay, but I want to hear your thoughts first. I think it has potential to be a wonderful game, though.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, I put up a review video on my, YouTube if you guys want to check it out. But I personally thought that all things like aside, just like, let's talk about the game, right? I think what they have there actually is pretty solid as a foundation. I thought it felt really good to play. That's like the most important part to me, like feeling good to play. I don't know how you guys feel about Last Epoch, but I remember when I hopped into Last Epoch from Path of Exile 2, it felt like all the attacks were just, I was slicing through paper. Nothing felt very heavy, nothing felt very satisfying, and this was not the case with Titan Quest 2. Definitely doesn't feel as good as Path of Exile 2, unfortunately, but still, it felt like the attacks had weight. It felt good to press the buttons, and overall, the most important thing is that it felt really fun to play, and it actually made me realize something about Path of Exile 2, which I'll go into a little bit more in depth in the prediction section, but for the 0.3 patch. But overall, I thought it was a lot of fun, but in terms of like price, like it costs 24 USD, and it's really just early access. Like it's not even early access, it's a demo right now, is what it is. It's not worth $24. But the thing is that right now for Titan Quest, this is the cheapest you'll ever get it, because as they add more updates, the price is actually going to be more expensive, which personally, I mean, I kind of get, like, for like, making money wise, they want to do that, but it kind of feels a little bit weird and different. So it's like you're basically, by throwing in your $24 for this early access, you're kind of saying like, I'm betting on this game to be a success. That way I don't have to pay the higher price later for the complete game if by then I feel like it's worth it for like, the game is good enough. But honestly, if they keep progressing in the direction that they're going right now, I actually think that is going to be a lot of fun. It seems like it's going to be a little bit more old school ARPG though, in the sense that it doesn't have like a mapping system or like a rift system like Diablo. It seems like it's going to be more of like you go and play, because it's an open world ARPG, kind of like Diablo 4. So it's going to be like you're traversing through the world, and you have things like upgrade monster levels and difficulty in the open world. And so you're just going to be playing through the open world over and over and over again, as opposed to having like a mapping system. At least that's what it seems like for now.
Is it a Diablo 4 style open world? Are there events, or is it single player, kind of like The Witcher?
It feels very single player, and like they have an offline mode actually for you to play. So it's like a living open world like Diablo 4, then that's probably not going to be possible. So it's like I'm curious to see how they're going to like tackle endgame, because this type of endgame worked back in the day for like, Diablo 2 and the original Titan Quest, right? But I feel like we've evolved in like the ARPG landscape, and we are now adding in things like mapping, rifts, and like these challenges that, from what I can tell, if they're going with this endgame model that they did back in the day, might not have all these, modernizations that some of these players might be looking for.
Is it supposed to be a live service game, or are they going for more of the one and done approach, or you can play a few different builds, but once you've played them all once, beat the entire game, you're moving on? Have they shared that, like the devs? I don't know how transparent they've been about it.
Not from what I've seen. There's been very little information on time. There's not even a roadmap. Like, there's not even a roadmap telling us like, hey, this is what's coming. They just basically say, hey, there's gonna be more content added while we're in early access. I don't know if it's because it's a big studio, or it's not that big. It's THQ Nordic, but like they've definitely a lot of the stuff doesn't seem very modern. Like it just seems like a lot of the things are just kind of old school in the way that they're handling it.
I liked what you said. It is almost a glorified demo in my mind. It is like, if you want to call this an early access game, and then you compare it to 1.0 and for early access PoE 2, no, they are not even comparable with how much content they have. Like, this is a glorified demo. That being said, I feel like you nailed it with how you said it felt like you were playing. Like, of all the other ARPGs, this is the only one that feels like a next generation ARPG like PoE 2 in terms of combat. Like, it has that heavy feel you want to it. My problem is purely with like the pricing of it and the content of it. This might sound like a weird little rant, but like I have a system for like how I judge if I should play or spend money on a game, because I just was one point spending way too much money on games. Valheim released forever ago, and if you've played Valheim, it kind of like revolutionized the survival games. It was like the next generation of survival game. And after that, a bunch of survival game clones came out that I got baited into buying. That all looked really cool, but they have ultimately released with like half the content and half the polish of Valheim's original launch. So when I look at a next generation of a genre, I always compare to that first breaking point into that genre. And for me right now, that is PoE 2. PoE 2 and Titan Quest 2 are both $30 right now, but ultimately, one of them is free to play, and one of them is going to be $60. And PoE 2 just dwarfs Titan Quest 2 in terms of content. Like, it's a glorified demo. I don't want to trash talk the game, because like there's very little there to like. I'm confused as to why they released into early access, because you're not really getting good balance feedback. Like, everything's early game. Like, I'm just very confused by their release. And once I realized, like, I got into it, I was playing it, I was like, oh, this is cool. Let me look more into it. And I realized it was just like there wasn't much here, and I didn't realize I didn't understand what I was going to be testing for them. I refunded. It could be a fantastic game one day, but as it is right now, when you compare it to 1.0 of PoE, like, they're not even in the same ballpark. And I can't justify spending money on that in my weird twisted brain, Yeah.
It's interesting because I had the conversation with chat before, like when we were playing Titan Quest, we were obviously making the comparisons between the early access for PoE 2 and the early access for Titan Quest 2, and it's you can't even compare them. It's like, it's not even fair. It's like basically comparing a toddler to like a college student in terms of like abilities, because like there's just so much in PoE 2 in terms of its early access. Like many games would call PoE 2's current state at 1.0.
Oh yeah,
sure.
Definitely. I looked it up on the side because I was curious how long the development cycle for Titan Quest 2 has been. Looks like it's only been about 3 years, so it sounds like they must have tried to ship it into early access for some reason. Maybe they see like the hype around current day ARPGs, or maybe they see a lot of people hyped about like Diablo 2. It seems like I've been seeing a lot of people compare it to D2R and Diablo 2 gameplay. You even said it was an old school ARPG. Dead Rabbit, I know you're a D2 fan, right? I'm pretty sure, right? Does it like? Have you played that? Have you played Titan Quest 2 yet?
It's funny that you mentioned that. I think I personally never mentioned it before, right?
No,
yes,
I don't think so.
Diablo 2's. I think I never mentioned it before, right?
Like listen to like 2 videos. Like 5 times.
I might have played some Diablo 2 in my day, yeah. I would honestly, I haven't played Titan Quest 2 for the exact reasons that were stated here. I played the original Titan Quest back in the day, but for the exact reasons that were just stated, I didn't even touch it, because for me, it's also just, I saw it on some streams and I saw it's like basically like raw gameplay. It's around like 7 hours or something. I'm not paying $30 for demoing a game that is 7 hours. I think with the cycle that's going on with Titan Quest, it's probably not a scheme per se. I think THQ has a lot of money to throw around, but it's probably something, and I don't blame them for that. It's definitely something that I understand. It is getting in a lot of money. They did it at a very opportune time as well to drop the early access, because a lot of people are kind of... It came at a point where PoE 2 is kind of dead right now, and PoE 1 is also starting to go down a little bit in hype. And that is why over the last week there were a lot of the ARPG streamers, like pretty much all of them were streaming it. That made a lot of people probably buy the game. Let's just say they sold 100,000 copies of it. That is going to give them a lot of more like leeway into developing the game. And I'm just always like, I'm happy to see any ARPG pop up. Like I don't care. I think Titan Quest is a very, very good way of getting more ARPGs into the space. The original Titan Quest was super good. I would kind of compare it to Grim Dawn, to be honest.
No, I was literally about to say this. The people that made Titan Quest 1, they made Grim Dawn. The people that made Titan Quest 2 are not the Titan.
Yeah, but it still like has a little bit of like the Grim Dawn vibe to me, because it's it's more of a classic ARPG. Like Miso said already as well, there's kind of the new age of ARPGs now, where we have not only this open world aspect, but like the whole endgame aspect, and like a little bit of the thing that current MMOs have, where the game only really starts when you get into the endgame, kinda. And that is definitely something that PoE 1 has going for it. That is something that PoE 2 has going for it. The game really starts when you get into endgame. And I feel like Titan Quest is more of a classic ARPG, where it's actually like you just play the game over and over again, and you have fun in the campaign. You have like, you go through. I don't think there's like, let's see, maybe they will add something like that with the end game and stuff, but it just, at this stage, it just didn't look interesting to me to play it that way. Yeah, because of the reasons stated, kind of. It's a demo.
Were you a big Torchlight 1 fan? I never played, or not Torchlight, sorry, I was reading chat.
I played, I'm not sure when it released. So as mentioned before, I played Diablo 2 for all of my life, like religiously every single day for 20 years. I played the first Titan Quest on the side. I don't know. Did it release in like 2005,
2006,
2006. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I definitely played it then. But yeah, for me, and how we said as well in the podcast before, there is kind of a factor, especially in ARPGs, in my opinion, where you play a certain one and it kind of ruins other games for you. For me, that was always Diablo 2 for other ARPGs, because I always compared them, obviously. And now, like KallTorak said already as well, PoE 2 has also now kind of ruined other ARPGs for me, because I tried like 2 hours of Last Epoch and I immediately quit the game. It's an amazing game. I'm like, I think the developers for Last Epoch are doing an amazing job. But for me, it was just like I was missing something. I was missing like the vibe. I was missing the combat feel. I was missing like the art style and whatever. So yeah, just like Diablo 2 ruined every other game for me over 20 years. Now PoE 2 is doing the same thing. I don't know.
And you're right. They sold 300,000 copies. Titan Quest 2
okay.
already.
Yeah.
So
okay, I was kind of spitballing with 100,000.
Yeah,
that's $1 million right there. That's $1 million right there.
For a demo that, you know, many people would have probably gotten for free. Like, I think
it is a very polished demo.
It is a very polished demo, but if it kept reminding me of back in the day when, like, I don't remember Diablo 4 did this, but Diablo 3 definitely did this, where they had like a little demo where it was just Act 1 up until Leoric. And then I played so much of that. But the thing is, that was free. It did not cost anything. This is basically the same thing, but it cost $24.
Yeah.
That was when I refunded. Is like it was just like a when I heard it was going to be $60, I was like, okay, I need to see what this game, because I know it's like smarter to get in now while it's cheaper, right? You have that mentality of it, but for me, it was like, I don't know. The pricing of it was weird to me. Have you guys been up to anything else before we dive into PoE 2?
I basically haven't gamed, so I'm a little blasphemous here. We got a new car though. It's
Ooh.
Yeah, guys. The newest car I've owned is a 2007. So we now have a 2021 Chrysler Pacifica. That's a minivan. So we're pretty hyped. I'm hyped. We're picking it up tomorrow. I was gonna pick it up. They actually called us tonight, but I said I have a Path of Exile podcast I have to attend. So the car can wait, but I'm pretty excited. It has all the gadgets, and it has air conditioning and a radio. So I live in the US, and it's 85 degrees in here right now, 92 degrees outside. So no air conditioning in our car has been terrible.
Celsius, please.
30. I don't know, 32 Celsius. Shoot. Oh,
what the fuck is a kilometer?
Isn't the average human temperature like 35, 37, something like that?
Fahrenheit to Celsius. 33 degrees Celsius. Boom. 92 Fahrenheit, 33 Celsius.
Since you talk about the van, we expect a Toxic Try short from the van at some point.
Oh, 100%. I'll do it. It's a nice van. I can record in there.
Oh yeah.
It'll be good. That's it. That's the most exciting thing that's happened in the last week for me.
Well, let's dive in.
Go
ahead.
Rabbit.
No, let's dive in. Nothing to mention here. I'm just on hibernation here until August 29th.
Yeah,
we played
we're
Peak.
almost there.
We played Peak.
We played Peak. Yes, we played Peak. Me, Miso, Prada, and Viv played Peak. That was super fun, and we still have to get further than the second area.
Rainforest area. Oh my god, we've been getting destroyed there.
Wait till the snow area. Hopefully we'll get a post-podcast Peak one day. I'm liking that game.
Okay, sorry. I know we want to get into Path of Exile 2 stuff. What is Peak?
Yes.
I don't know what this is. Is this like a platforming game, I'm presuming?
It's a social co-op game where you're like basically have to climb a mountain.
Oh, okay. Okay. So is it like Among Us?
That is all.
But climbing a mountain?
It's a 3D Among Us kind of, but you're not like against each other. We're working together to climb a mountain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's definitely on the, kind of within the recent since Among Us, they've been having a lot of these like social games where it's like, they had Repo, they have Lethal Company, like that strain of like co-op, and then like shenanigans happen, and then it's kind of that feel of a game.
Games made for streamers, kind of.
Interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very fun.
Maybe I'll check it out. I'm also surprised, Miso. I swear, every time I open my Talkative Try YouTube, I see your horse racing game thumbnail. So I'm shocked you didn't bring that up. I guess I'll bring it up on the podcast.
I always bring
that up.
Like, I swear you'll be playing like Titan Quest 2, but the thumbnail, it's the horse game.
No troll. No Troll last week, he was like, hey, you forgot to bring up Bro Talk. And I was like, oh shit, I did. I thought he was wanting to talk about that game because of Bro Talk.
I mean, the stream thumbnail always, because I change the thumbnail depending on what game I'm playing. So I'll start the stream usually with whatever game that I'm playing, right? And then I usually these days end my stream with the horse game, which, I mean,
that makes so much more sense.
Yeah, that's kind of how it happens. But I mean, it's super, like, I don't know. A lot of I've heard from certain folks it scratches the same itch as Path of Exile, where it's like planning for your like big PvP race event is kind of like going and like POBing your character, and there's like it's a spreadsheet game. It's like there's literally spreadsheets, 100-page documents analyzing, like, you know, with formulas and numbers, analyzing what each stat does and how much of you need it to, like, you know, get your horse to be like the best it could be, things like that. So that's kind of like where it scratches the itch for me. It's really hard to explain because I think like you really don't understand. I feel like it's hard to understand unless you actually play it, the fun of it, because I've been asked to explain it and it's super difficult. But like, it's doing super well for a reason. There's a lot of people.
Oh, it's very popular.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I think it like peaked at like 80-something thousand on Steam and is still holding around like 40-something thousand. Like, and that's just on Steam because the mobile game. So like, it's a lot of fun. I've been enjoying it a lot and playing it every single day.
Yeah,
Great.
I've watched you play it like for probably over an hour of like just continuous gameplay, and I have no idea what's going on still.
I had to bring it up, okay? And I love that everybody who doesn't know about the game, they're like, a game about horses? Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah.
I love that they got the answer about the thumbnails there, because that makes sense. That's I didn't realize you were changing them midstream. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing else.
Rabbit, do you have any thoughts on the game? You had some faces you were making.
No, I think he traversed very well around the whole anime girl thing and how much he has spent on that game. I think he did that very well. It's a spreadsheet game, guys. It's a spreadsheet game. It's actually very, like, if you actually get into it, guys, it's super it's super complex. It has nothing to do with anime girls. Nothing.
Hey, all I'm saying is that I had no clue what the game was about when I first played it. Like, I played it when it came out in Japan a while ago. I first played it, I had no clue what the game was about. I just heard it was a very good game, and I mean, it happened to have anime girls. I didn't know the anime series it even came from, but you know, it was a lot of fun. It's a good time.
Oh, I didn't even know it was from a series.
Perfect.
Okay. Cool.
Perfect segue.
Well, I forgot to plug the Spotify. So if you're still watching, then please go to our Spotify. If our bro talk didn't push you away, we would love you to favorite our Spotify. We also have an RSS feed and stuff like that. So what you want to listen to the audio feed on, come check us out. For the news, we got patch 0.3 coming out on August 29th with a league reset. If you are new to these major Path of Exile patches, if you play like the Dawn of the Hunt version, like that is going away, that is merging into standard, and then we are getting a new league with fresh accounts. If you're playing your old character, you still want to play it, it'll still be there, it'll just be merged into standard. And then for everyone who else wants to play the new league, we get a fresh wipe. It is really the main reason most of us play ARPGs, is for that fresh start experience. Not everybody, but at least it's for why we play it. And yeah, I think we're all itching for the fresh economy right now. The inflation is just wild. We got a build of the week that I'm talking about later. It's gonna be like a quick 60-second showcase, but the guy spent 6 mirrors on the build. All right, that's where we're at. That's where we're at in inflation. He did over $1 billion damage for those 6 mirrors, but you know, that's where we're at in terms of inflation. So yeah, we could use the reset.
I've never even seen a mirror before.
Me neither.
Rabbit's got 2 right now. He's got 2 in his stash.
Wow, dude.
Rabbit's probably seen a couple mirrors, I'm sure.
I mean, not drop, no.
Seen? No, not drop, just value.
Yes.
That's great.
Nope, never. Never for me. Never been there. Never had that much, and
I just have them in my stash right now to look at them. I'm looking at them on my first monitor right now. I can see them right now.
Man has Path of Exile on. It's wild doing this. Probably like responding to trade and stuff like that, doing trades in the middle of the podcast.
No, never.
People are still trading? Really? No way. Really? No.
It's pretty dead.
when
it's
I
pretty
log
lame.
in, I'll get like a random message for like something in my stash because like people are probably fiending for items to show up, but I assume it's pretty dead right now.
I saw the divine to exalt ratio was approaching 1,000. Is that still the case, or has it
It's
crashed?
over. It's way over.
It's
1,000,
way
I'm
over.
pretty sure.
Wait,
Last I checked, about like a month ago, it was 1,500. But
yeah, it was about 1,400
What?
last time I played.
holy crap! Well, I didn't even see a
It
divine drop.
is 2,000 right now.
Yeah.
Oh, we need
Yeah,
an
well,
exalt sync. Oh my god.
yeah, we do. I mean, I just think that exalts right now, like we're so used to exalts being kind of like, at least last league, the kind of main currency, kind of like how chaos orbs were in Path of Exile 1. But because of the buffs and changes to currency, it feels like exalts are more of like alchemy orbs nowadays in
Yeah.
terms of value. And then our real trading currency now is probably chaos, just like in PoE 1, because at least a month ago, chaos orbs were still holding strong at about 19 chaos to about a divine, which was I think consistent for the past 3 months or so, like 2 months or so. Yeah, I don't know what they are right now, Rabbit.
12.
12? Oh wow, okay.
I mean, that's kind of to be expected. What I did at the beginning of the league, for example, I just put everything into Chaos Orbs when they released the whole fracturing orb thing. It was pretty much common sense to just go into Chaos Orbs at all times, because that is the biggest sink we have right now. The biggest sink of any currency in the game right now is Chaos. Because people, I have probably used 50,000 Chaos Orbs this league. Not even, like, that is not an over-exaggeration. I used, like, in my last crafting session yesterday or something, I used, like, 4,000, 5,000 Chaos. And that is just, it's probably going to be still a thing, probably for the, like, foreseeable future now. Chaos is going to be the main thing to be looking out for, because it's just the main sink in the game. And it's just, for me, it's just a blueprint for how sinks in the game, divine sinks or exile sinks in that case should be in the game, because it is actually something that is good for the economy. It's just not good for the economy right now, because it's just that.
Exalts, they're like, yeah, you're exactly, I feel like, yeah, they're like alchemy orbs from PoE 1 right now. You use them a lot during the campaign and the leveling process. If you have exalts, you're constantly slamming them into your good items. But at some point, you just stop doing that. I think someone in chat said that divines are down to 12 chaos now, so they've actually got, it's the chaos are at this point in the league like the commodity. They are what you are sinking into. I feel like that's one of the predictions that a lot of people want to talk about is the currency stuff. Like, let's just dive into that. Like, what is it that you guys are wanting to see predicting wise from currency? Because I'm not really a crafter myself. For me, currency, I just go to the trade website and trade it for something good. Like, I don't slam stuff. So like, I'm a 100% audience complete noob when it comes to end game and advanced levels of crafting. So I don't know what I would want. Miso, what would be something you would be like looking for as a prediction for like what's the big currency thing you're wanting?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like interesting, right? Because I feel like with the recent currency changes, like the currency buff that we got, right? They really buffed up like exalt drop rates and it may be a little bit of chaos here and there, and like, but it really feels like exalts were the ones that really got buffed for drop rates. And I'm not sure how I feel about that exactly, but maybe it's just something that we need to get used to, or maybe it's like a rebalancing thing. I don't know, but for sure, I think that if the rates stay as they are right now, maybe some sort of like exalt, sync, like a better exalt sync, and on the opposite end, I think even Gazzy talked about this way at the beginning at point 1. A divine sync was still something we don't have right now, which it just ends up being like divines are really only used for currency. Like there's people that use it to like re-roll items, but it's not very common. Like I'd say maybe like a small percentage of people use it.
What would be a sync? Like what is an sync? Explain that. What are you looking for in that terms?
I mean, maybe it could be like recombinating, using it as a currency to like increase chances to success, or like maybe using it as like a when you're doing some sort of deterministic crafting in the future with omens, you need to also spend like some divine orbs to make that work, something like that, to make it so that people are actually using the currency to do something. Because as it stands right now, there's pretty much almost no use for it other than as a form of money. It's just legal tender. It's just like a dollar bill or something like that.
Sometimes you can re-roll unique items too that have specific mods that re-roll when you use a divine orb on them. So that's another sync for high-end players. There's something in the game right now where you can re-roll the skill. Like it adds +3 or something levels to a skill, and you can constantly re-roll that. Something like that in the game. I know that exists quite a bit in PoE 1.
It is definitely something as a divine sync. I think uniques are probably the ones that are most lacking still as a divine sync. I think overall this is like the biggest opportunity to add a divine sync. I think with the Exile sync, it's going to be a little bit tough to implement something like that in the future, depending on what is going to come as more crafting currency or whatever. I think Exiles are always going to be a little bit of a thing that is going to lose a lot of value over the course of a league. I think that is just going to be something that is going to be natural, and I think Chaos Orbs are just going to take the place as something like legal tender or however you want to call that. I think even though a lot of people are saying right now, yes, if we have more divine syncs right now, that would even make the thing about losing value in Exalt Orbs even more common. I don't think that's the worst thing though. I think it's fine. I think the Exalt Orbs being devalued like this is not the worst thing for the economy. And
it's like Alcorps, right? It's like Alcorps.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's still something. It's a little bit still something, I think, from the PoE 1 mindset that people are like comparing it to how it is in PoE 1 and how it is now in PoE 2, and they're saying like, oh my god, Exalt Orbs are completely devalued in PoE 2. I think it's just something that will be natural in the game here. I still want more divine syncs. It's just overall better for what the game is supposed to be. And yeah, uniques are a good starting point. Something like Miso mentioned just now. There's just not... Divines are just a currency right now. The only divine syncs right now are basically only for high tier crafting. That when you craft a good item, then you use a lot of divines sometimes. For example, when I crafted one of the mirror bowls I crafted this league, it took like 200, 300 divines to get it then to a perfect divine state after the fact. But that is not something that 99% of the player base is even doing. And then the other thing is, a good example for example is Headhunter. You drop a Headhunter with like 25 dex, 35 strength, and 1 charm slot. The only way to improve that Headhunter, and it's probably that's a perfect example, to be honest. You just need to use a few divines to make the Headhunter better. It will roll 3 charm slot in the next 5 divines. You will probably have a good chance of getting like 30-30 on the stat lines. So we need more uniques like that, like Headhunter, where any player, even if you have like just 5 divines laying around, it will be something that player can look at and see like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a good use of these 5 divines to get like a very, very good Headhunter here. But there's just not many. I can't really think of another example where it would make sense. So it's just, we need more of that.
Yeah, what you're describing like is not the game right now. Like I do not have the appeal to do that with like my divines. So that makes sense that you guys are wanting those types of things. Is there no like new currency type or like crafting bench option alternatives that you guys are wanting? Or specifically like you're wanting more refinement for the sinks of these currencies?
I mean, I was just more there's definitely currencies that I would want to have more of in the future, but I was just more thinking about like the because I don't know, it's like omens and things like that. I kind of don't think about it as like a currency in certain aspects. I feel like they're, in my mind at least, they're more items, but they're in the currency exchange, so I guess they are currencies. I just didn't think about that at first. But I mean, there's I just think there's a lot more opportunities for more better omens, but also in my predictions as well, I've talked about this, but I want them to make omens even more common than before. Like I know that they did a buff for omens to make them more common, but I feel like I barely felt that. Like it's still like the top 1% that's using those omens and everybody else is just selling them or trading them or whatever. And it feels like there's a lot more opportunity to make those more accessible. Like we don't need them, make them like, super common. Like we don't need to make every single omen like super common, but at least within reason of like the average player should be thinking about, should I use this omen? Like, is this something that I should be using on my gear? And actually at some point in time using it, as opposed to only leaving it up to like the top 1 to 10% being the people who actually buy and use the craft gear.
Yeah, I think there was a day that like I specifically target farming +4 King of the Mist, and I think the fact that he only drops 1 omen, it doesn't matter like what the drop rates are. If you just get like the common ones over and over, you're not making any money from that. So like maybe they like +4 King of the Mist needs to drop like 3 to 4 different omens, and maybe I'll drop a lot of common ones most of the time, but has like that's I agree with the frequency of them, because like anytime I tried farming omens, it was just like whether through ritual or through King of the Mist, it just always felt like futile. It just never felt worth it. Like it was always a jackpot if you got what you wanted, and even then it never felt worth it.
Yeah, I'd make the common omens drop from the monsters that you fight in rituals, or from the ritual itself once you finish the ritual encounter. Maybe make the more rare omens actually appear in the ritual screen, but you're not constantly getting the omens you're receiving as the common omens in that screen. It just feels so bad to go through 4 rituals in a map and then just get the exalted omen. I hate it, especially as someone who doesn't have a lot of time to play. I've never seen a high tier omen ever.
It feels like they're balanced around people using the thing that lets you refresh 100 times, and like they saw what people were doing at the highest end of it and they like lowered it down or something, and it just ruined the experience for everyone else. Like that's what I feel like it is, because I agree, like anytime I farm ritual, I could do like 10 maps in a row of it, and I'll never, like, I'll refresh constantly and never see the ones that I want.
The omen situation that it is right now is kind of double bad for anyone that cannot invest hundreds and hundreds of hours every week. And it's just filtering up like that, because anyone that is actually farming ritual, for example, that is not investing, or like it doesn't have the amount of time that a lot of other players are doing, or the big time crafters, because I have maybe dropped, or I have maybe seen in ritual windows like 10 whittles this league. I have bought over 1,000 whittles at this point, maybe like up to 5,000 or something. It just creates a situation where someone on the lower end is never going to use that omen, because he needs the currency. They need the currency. As soon as you drop a whittle as someone who's like on the lower end or on the more casual side, there's no incentive ever to use that omen, other than just selling it for divines in order to go to trade side and trade it like that. So it's like it's doubly bad, if you can say it like that. It's doubly bad for people who are on, I don't know how to phrase this, but on the lower end of time played, of time invested, or like the more casual side, however you want to call that. And I think it's just an easy fix to just make omens way more common, because then a situation arises where a person who's finding an omen is actually going to keep them, because the incentive to immediately sell it to someone like me who is crafting all day and who's like I can just pick up 50 whittles now, the incentive is just much lower then, and that will also make it so that it's not going to be completely devalued at the same time, because you would think right now if they like quadruple the omen drop chance, at first you would think, oh, that means all the omens are going to be with no value now. I don't think so, because it will create a situation where more people are going to keep the omens and actually use them to craft and not sell them, and so they will hold value a little bit, because I think if you take like 10,000 PoE players right now, I think 9,000 of these players don't have a omen of whittling in their inventory, because every time they see one, they just sell it. And that is why the situation that we have right now is the way it is. And it's just, even as someone who uses that for his own good or something, I still think it's bad. It needs to be more accessible to more players. We need more omens. We need more, like, there's probably going to be more omens. I think that's a pretty safe prediction. But the omens we have right now need to be more common, because it opens up a whole new ground for so many more players. I did a lot of crafting content over the last like 4 weeks. And the most common comment I got on those are, damn, I really hope I can do this next league, because I learned so much here, or whatever. I like, crafting is so awesome, or whatever, or the slot machine is so awesome. It definitely takes a certain type of player to enjoy the type of crafting we have right now. But most people, and the most common comment I had is just people enjoy the thought about crafting, but they can only live it through me on stream doing it. And that is just sad, because it's such a big part of PoE 2. Ground loot is super amazing, and it should be something that should always be on the forefront of an ARPG. Ground loot has to be amazing and has to be something that people want. But crafting is just, it's so nice. It's so nice to like actually get into it, and I just want more people to be able to do it. It's just as simple as that.
I think one of the big issues right now is that in PoE 1, I'm pretty sure there are currencies that are also kind of like omens, in that they're very expensive and only a certain portion of players can use them to craft. But I think the big issue right now is that we're either a all or nothing type of in a type of place, because you either have players who can't afford an omen, so they have 0 ways to even get anywhere close to deterministic crafting, versus you have at least the best deterministic crafting in the game, which is omens. So it's either you get no deterministic crafting, or you get the deterministic, but it's like super expensive. Whereas in PoE 1, there's a lot of ways to do deterministic crafting that doesn't cost you an arm and a leg. So the difference between that player who has the currency versus doesn't have the currency isn't as, like, you know, there isn't as big of a difference, because both types of players can use deterministic crafting, but like only the very dedicated players can use like the highest end of it.
Yeah. I think, like, yeah, when I was playing PoE 1 recently, one thing I noticed, especially when I was delving, like, there was, like, several tiers of currencies from it, and they all had, like, one was, like, very cheap, one was, like, 3 exalts, one was, like, 7 exalts, like, there was a scaling up to it, to where, like, whenever you were getting those mid-tier drops, they were still flipping for something. Right now in PoE 1 and PoE 2, everything's either 1 exalt or divines, right? There's very few currency that are in that middle range that you're talking about. It is a very all or nothing, like you said. That's how I feel. And I echo both of what you say. I'm one of those players you're referring to, Rabbit. I just, like, that's what I mean when I say, like, when I see one of these good things, I'm just better off trading it for a bunch of divine and then making a whole new set of gear for my next character, as opposed to, like, investing all that currency and time into it. It's just, yeah, it does not feel like it's accessible to me right now, and everything you guys have presented makes me want to do it. I'm curious, Try, as a solo, you play solo self-found, right? Specifically?
I try, and then I swap into Trade League when I fail. Yeah, because I do have very little time, and I played Path of Exile one. I will still play in the future, but I played for years, and there's a reason why I have Oshabi behind me right here. I love harvest crafting. It was simple, but if you had the knowledge, you could wield it, and it could be so powerful if mixed with other crafting systems. But for someone like myself, I could go in, I could farm a few harvests, and I could get an item complete. Like, for me, you know, to the power level that would allow me to beat pinnacle bosses and clear the game almost solo. I really don't feel that in Path of Exile 2 right now. I don't get to engage with any of these systems that you guys are talking about, so I do think they need to add some sort of mid-level crafting system that someone with a lot of knowledge, but maybe not a lot of time, can engage with. That's what I'm really pushing for to come. I don't know if it's going to come in 0.3, but I hope it comes in the future. They have a lot of inspiration. They have a lot of competition in this area too. I don't want something like Last Epoch where you can very easily get the greatest gear in the game. But I also don't want something wherein it's completely locked out from you your entire play session. it just doesn't feel good unless you buy it, which, well, Zero Divines dropped this league, so kind of rough for me.
We jumped a little too quickly into the predictions, but that topic just segued perfectly into just predicting with that kind of thing. Let's go back to the Darth microtransaction interviews, because actually a lot of really cool things were kind of teased. Nothing like with substance, but we got a lot of vibes. This first one, I'm curious about your perspective on Try, because I know you're a lore guy. One of the videos from Darth microtransaction, they teased that there's an Easter egg in the game that has been there since the beta that no one has found. I love finding these kind of things, but I just know nothing about PoE 1 to where like I could even like process trying to figure it out. Like as a lore dude, do you get excited hearing these things, and like do you like keep your eyes out for these Easter eggs while you're playing?
Yeah, I play through super slowly, and when they added that patch, I think it was halfway through 0.2, where they enabled a lot more maps to be found. I actually found some of these lesser found maps. Like there's one with cows that I found in it, which was crazy. I got to like, I don't know if you guys have ran into this one, but I find all these little funny things because I go through them very slow. Like my first PoE 2 playthrough, all the dialogue, all the areas explored. It was so much fun. What this Easter egg could be though, I mean, these guys, I talked to one of the environmental artists quite a bit, and he's like the guy who put the banana into King's March. All right, so these Easter eggs might be tiny, and you really have to suss them out in these maps. It's not going to be like some huge monument that you're going to find when you're chucking your lightning spear or whatever across the map. You're going to actually need to explore. I'm guessing it's something in that vein. Maybe it's a little bit more in your face. I found the Lake of Kalandra map, and I thought that they would put Kalandra in the map somewhere, because she was in Path of Exile 1 for a brief time in 3.19. To my knowledge, I can't find her anywhere. Maybe that's like one of the Easter eggs that they've hidden, but quite enjoyable.
Yeah, you guys look for Easter eggs at all? I don't know if either of you are lore kind of people.
No, I like lore, but
I like lore too. Yeah,
it's not something I'm doing much while I'm playing. You know, what I really enjoy is like, so when I played Lost Ark, there was a content creator named Saintone, and he did this kind of like every year, like every couple of like, I don't know, patches or whatever, right? Content drops. He would drop like a lore video where he would basically just tell us what the lore has been since the last video that he's made, and you know, since the content's been up. That's how I like to consume the lore, because when I'm gaming, I want a game, right? I want to get in there and like just, you know, kill stuff. But then like, you know, in my off time, like if I'm like, instead of listening to a podcast or something, I'll pop on Sainto's lore dump for Lost Ark and listen to that through, and it's like, oh, that's beautiful. So that's the type of lore I like. That's how I like to consume lore, but it's not that I don't enjoy it. It's just while I'm gaming, it's gotta go.
You guys have a favorite character in PoE 2? Like an NPC? Don't all say Asala. Please don't do that.
Alva.
Don't say Asala.
It's become a meme. It's become a meme on my stream that every time I fight Nut Potsy, I say, "Oh, she's so hot." So I guess I'll go with Nut Potsy.
I like Zarka.
But yeah, who's Zarka? Which one's Zarka?
She's in Act 2. She's like the lady that gives you the Visitri horn, and I think she disenchants her stuff for you.
Oh,
she's the hag.
Yeah.
She's the hag, man.
Yeah,
Ah, okay.
I
thought
love
she's
her.
the
Her
one
lines
who
are
beheads. So she's not the one who beheads the Act 2 boss?
That's Asala.
No, that's Asala. That's Asala.
Okay. Yeah, you can see already I'm what is called a skipper. I skip everything. I just I don't know. I just wanna I skip everything. I might not know a single line of lore in this game. I know I'm playing PoE 2. That's all.
Here's what's funny. I've leveled like 30 characters now, so I guess that would be like 60 times through the campaign. It wasn't until like my 8th or 9th time through the campaign that I realized we went back in time. That's how little I was paying attention to the story. I did not realize we had gone back in time. So I completely blaine off in ARPGs. I just blast. Like I remember at one point I was like, oh, that's why they're talking about taking these relics and now they're not here and stuff. That makes sense because I stole it. It took me way too long to notice that kind of so I just blast. Poor Try, he is dead inside right now.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm excited for more of the story to hopefully come out. I really thought Act 1 was strong in terms of story. Act 2 was pretty good as well. But the time travel stuff, it just does not vibe with me. Act 3 kind of nosedives, unfortunately. So hopefully Act 4 can pick it back up now that we're in the present day again. So,
I really like Act 2.
Yeah, Act 2's good. Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I'm super hyped about is that they talked about more simpleton maps. This is just like my thing. The thing I talk about most is my favorite maps are like Steep, which is just a big open field, right? You don't have to do any thinking. You just clear the damn field. Like, I want more simpleton maps, and that is honestly one of the things that I am most hyped about. I hope we're getting a lot more just... I don't want to think. I want to just brain off and listen to music and look at my chat and like all the corridors and stuff. They don't like, it's too much thinking. So I am big hyped about the simpleton maps.
Mm-hmm. I think most people like those.
Yeah, it's just more fun. I think like having the option for like maps where you can just turn your brain on. I think this is also just what this game is made for. I think it's not only just like simpleton map or however you want to call that. I think it's just more fun. It's very easily very easily seen for when you just ask like anyone. 90% of players will always say, yeah, I prefer Step, I prefer Crypt, I prefer like Rust Bowl or whatever. And if most times, if 99% of people say, yeah, this is more fun than the other thing, I tend to believe it. I'm a contrarian a lot, but in this case, it's just, yeah, it turns objective at some point, and I'm looking forward to that as well. It's just I want more maps where I'm actually looking forward to the map and not like, oh fuck, I have to do 2 more Valve Foundries so I can get to Savannah. It's just simple as that.
Oh, I love Rust Bowl.
It's funny how my favorite maps have like, or my least favorite maps have evolved. I don't know. I felt that Vault Factory was okay this season, whereas like my hatred of
hitting, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's because of the change or what, but Vault Factory is actually not bad. But Vault Foundry, get that out of here. Like Hidden Grotto, get that out of here. I was a weird person. I like Hidden Grotto season in 0.1. I don't know why, but this season, terrible. Like, but Vault Factory actually decent these days for me.
Ravine is my favorite map. Pretty sure.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
That's like a line, right? I like the variety.
Yes.
I'm so shocked that they went with so many maze maps for the initial release. They need a wide variety like they do in PoE 1. And I know I'm talking about PoE 1, but they have like cells in PoE 1, which is total trash, but they also have dunes like we've talked about here. They have waterways, but they also have a variety of other maps, like Mesa, right? There's all these different variety of map that I think they need to insert into this game. It's so homogenous right now. I think you need to have the lows so you can have the highs. So you gotta have the Valve Foundries so you can have the ravines or whatever map they're gonna add next. Square, like cool, right? Open that's upcoming.
Yeah, I actually think it's interesting too because like like map layout is one thing, but something I feel like we don't think about as often is, and maybe we do, I don't know, maybe this is just an assumption, but they at some point they talked about like certain maps being good for certain things, like certain maps will have more chests or certain maps have more mob density, and that's like intentional, right? It's kind of how like with the Strand map, whatever is it still called Strand? I forget what it's called.
In PoE 1?
It's not called Sandspit. Sandspit is here, right? It's kind of like, it's like on the beach, like it's a big circle. You would expect, like season 1, that was like one of my favorite maps, or 0.1, that was one of my favorite maps. I think everybody really liked that map. But this season, I actually don't really like it that much. I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but I think they reduced the mob density on that map.
Yes.
Because of the whole, like, certain maps are supposed to be better than certain things, probably. So, like, it's not only just a layout as a thing that we need to worry about, but, like, I would also, we also need to think about, like, what they're doing with that map. And, hopefully, I don't know, like, hopefully they're leading more on density as, like, most of the maps, at least having a baseline density.
Yeah. It's one of my predictions. We'll get into it later, but like favored maps, like being able to pick which maps is going to be a huge thing for me down the road. Because yeah, it doesn't matter how much map diversity you throw into the game. Every time I hit Hidden Grotto from here on out, I'm going to be probably salty. So I would just want to avoid it, I guess. Yeah, it's tough because like I'm sure like from the theme perspective of it, right? Like it's cool to have a jail map that has all of these little corridors and stuff. Like, and the artists want to make that, but you just like it clashes so much with our Zoomer brains that.
I think those are needed. I'm a shill. I like the variety.
You heard it here first.
My biggest question, since you were talking about the mappers, and maybe people can enlighten me in the comment, is it Sandspit or Sandspit?
Sandspit.
Sandpit.
Sandspit. Yeah, Sandspit.
It's
Spit. And
We're
spit.
divided.
Is it? Oh, actually, yeah. Now I think, is it Sans Pit or Sans
I've always said sans pit. Like PIT is the second word for me. That's always what
The
I
discussion going in the comments right now. Everyone, Sandspit or Sandspit?
I actually call it Sandspit more than. Yeah.
What would a
that's what
Sandspit be? What is a Sandspit be? It has to be
like-
pit, right?
No. It's like sand, spit.
Yeah, it's like a spit.
I know.
It's a type of like terrain, right? Out into the out in the water.
Yeah,
it's a
that's
sand
like-
spit.
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
You're
that's what I
spitting like
thought.
stuff.
Yeah, not a sand pit.
I think
Oh, Sandspit.
this is actually the most important discussion in PoE2 right now.
Yeah. So, if we ever get Jonathan or Mark on the pod, or the next time if you
It's
get
the
a
first-
mod try, that's one of
Thank
the
you.
first questions we have to ask is
Okay.
it Sandspit or is it Sandpit?
Absolutely.
Also, is
Absolutely.
it steep or step? Because you said steep, KallTorak, and now I'm like, step.
Oh, it's
call it
probably
steep.
step. It's
Oh.
I call
probably
it
step.
steep, but yeah,
I
it's
say
probably
steep.
step.
Yeah. That makes more sense because steep's what you do with like a coffee, right, or whatever, right? Yeah. Step is, or no.
Maybe.
I
I'm
don't know
not
what I'm talking
sure.
about.
Steep
There's
is
a
like
lot of
raft.
words and a lot of words with different. English is tough, man. English is tough. Breach City, one of your predictions we'll get into later, Miso, was for more Pinnacle content. I don't know if a Breach City is necessarily Pinnacle content, but that would be my first thought when I hear a Breach City is like, that's the city you're clearing to the next Pinnacle boss. I don't know. That sounds really hype to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think like they did mention already that they are having like, for example, multiple breach bosses, right? So this
Yes.
would be kind of like, maybe a first step into that.
They think they said actually that 0.1 was supposed to launch with multiple breach bosses, but they only got Zet out. So hopefully.
Yeah, they have all the designs. I think Jonathan said 4 breach bosses. They have the designs, the animations. They only need to do the balancing, and they can't find the time to do the balancing for that, unfortunately. So maybe they'll be able to slip that in. Oh man, are we getting the Jonathan face close up? No way. No way.
The Jonathan
The
Cam.
madman.
The last leak from these little things was about the Spike Trap boss. My initial reaction is no, I hate this already. Because anytime there's a trap boss, I immediately thumbs down. But I think these were really cool teasers. Shout out to Darth Microtransaction for dropping the content. I think there's 1 or 2 more interviews still to come, so we're probably following up on the last ones next week. Is there anything that you guys wanted to talk about from them before we move on?
Yeah, he watched my video breaking down Act 4, and he looked so sad that Act 4 footage came out 2 years ago. He didn't know about this footage. He didn't know about the bosses. Yeah, just no clue. Because this is before DM actually played like PoE and was really heavily involved in the scene. His first league was Trial of the Ancestors, which was after the second Exile Con. So, I don't know, maybe he was acting it up, right? Or maybe not. Maybe he was sad that he didn't get the super exclusive look at Act 4, right? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe he's a really good actor. I think he might be a good actor, but it was interesting to watch his face as he saw the bosses flash on screen, and I was like, yeah, so, Mathel fought this boss, and Ziz took on this, and this is this boss right there. It was really interesting, so. I don't know.
Yeah,
We'll have to see.
I would have
watched
past
that
him being a
video.
good actor.
Yeah, I watched the Act 4 breakdown video, and you brought some really good points there that definitely convinced me that Act 4 could be right there.
I think DM thought he was giving some funny, subtle teasers, and literally the first teaser, I was like, dude, you spoiled everything. It's coming out. It's 100% coming.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get invited back.
Whenever you say something like this, is actually one of the most hyped things from what he said. Is he said he was going to play all classes and ascendancies in the next patch. I am someone who has done that in both patches. It is a lot of hours. It is like even if you count into take into account he's playing hardcore and he's gonna die on some of them early. That is a big commitment, and you don't say something like that unless you think this patch is going to be killer.
And he's doing a subathon. His first subathon for PV2.
Yeah.
Oh.
So big hype.
Interesting. Do you guys think they're gonna add any more ascendancies?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That's one of my predictions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it last podcast about how there are teasers for the martial artists. Could be a potential. Or not teasers, but leaks.
Yeah, we can swap into some of those predictions right now. One of my predictions. So we are doing a predictions part of this show, and I just kind of pitched the idea of us each predicting different types of predictions: crazy predictions, big predictions, and obvious predictions. Crazy predictions are like ones that, like, if they happened, they would be at the top of the Reddit. They would they would make everyone so excited. There would be 300 creator videos out tomorrow on it. Big predictions are just obvious stuff, like they would be big for the game, but kind of stuff we predict to happen, and then just the obvious stuff that is just like the free throws ones. And one of my big predictions was for a Pyromancer Ascendancy. Since we're talking about like what ascendancies we think might be coming, I would love a Pyromancer Ascendancy. I feel like Sorceress is needing something else right now. I feel like Fire Lovers are needing something else right now, and I would love a Pyromancer. So that was one of my predictions. We already know what martial artist is like. All but confirmed. I think it was pretty much confirmed by a dev in Discord, but
what do you think that would look like? So obviously Pyromancer evokes a certain image in everyone's head. What do you think is the mainline series of notables there? Like, is it granting new abilities, like fire only abilities? Is it changing how fire damage works? Is it converting other types of damage into fire? Like, what do you think it would do? Change how fire works in PV2.
I would definitely think like it would have if it had its own form, like it's like you turn into like a fire avatar, that would be sick. But that would just be like an ultimate like I want this type thing. I feel like asking for forms is like a reach, but I imagine it'd be very Ignite focused. I feel like Ignite playstyles are one of the weakest right now, and if it had like some form of Ignite prolification built into it, to where you weren't having to cripple yourself by like putting it into a support gem, and it was also like an enhanced version of it that spread faster or something, that might be cool. But I just feel like fire builds where like we have Infernalist and Smith of Katava, but like they don't really feel like they're like fire builds, they can have fire a part of them, but they're not dealing like the big like infernal type stuff too often. And I want something that's like Ignite infernally like type thing.
Yeah,
it's like interesting because like originally when Path of Exile 2 was coming out, I thought Infernalist was gonna be like the fire character because like all the art is like fiery. She's like shooting fire out of her hands, and like she has like the flame mechanic for her mana. Like the Hellhound, like I thought she was gonna be a fire character and like was gonna be her identity, but it ended up not being the case. And like I think part of it is like the fire part of her identity is kind of weak in general, because there is like the whole thing where it's like all hits contribute to Ignite and like things like that, right? So she is technically supposed to be the fire character or fire ascendancy, but I just feel like the fire part, one, the fire spells are very weak, but two, it doesn't feel like the fire part of her is very fleshed out.
One of my big predictions, to like use it as a segue a little bit, one of my I had it as a big prediction actually, is a elemental damage rework. I think the thing kind of is right now, and that plays into the whole fire aspect as well, is just that not all elemental damages right now are the same. Lightning is just way too good, and in my opinion, the main reason why lightning is too good is because the ailment is just the best. Shock is by far the best ailment. Ignite and Chill, I don't even know what the other ailments are. It's pretty sure it's Ignite. They just don't compare. So just getting more fire stuff into the game won't really do anything. I think we definitely need, and that is why I have it as a prediction, is we need a rework when it comes to like the elemental ailments. I think fire damage can actually be good if Ignite is better. If you can like maybe stack Ignite or something, or if it's just like if it's a damage increase as well, if you have Ignite onto an enemy or something, that it just improves your damage on that target as well. Because if you look at the passive tree, for example, like especially in the Sork area on the top left side, most of the fire stuff is. It's not that bad. There's a lot of stuff on the tree that is actually really good for fire. There's a lot of stuff that synergizes very well on top of itself, especially if you go into that part of the tree. That is not the problem right now. The problem is right now not really that we don't have enough fire stuff to do. It's just that it doesn't hit quite as well as some of the other stuff. And there is just no incentive for anyone to go fire if you could just go lightning and have just way more damage like that. And that is something why I have it as a prediction here. We just need, I think the fire stuff is here. It just needs to be better. It needs to be balanced or reworked entirely, in my opinion.
I think Ignite needs to do something cooler, because you scale
Yes.
Ignite with more damage, right? But if you're already doing giga damage and killing everything by the time it's ignited, what the heck does it do? I think like exploding, like if you ignite something within a certain threshold, like it just does aftershock damage to corpses, like blows it up or something cool like that. Because shock is a gimmick, chill is a gimmick, freeze is a cool gimmick, electrocute. Ignite is just more damage. I don't know. It does not.
Yeah.
It's not cool. It's just not cool.
It's not scaling.
No, it doesn't scale.
It's just not scaling.
No,
you
and it
can
doesn't
scale
excite you.
shock forever. You get magnitude of shock. That was in 0.1. That was one of the best ways to actually scale the lightning even higher and even higher. If you like 100 plus magnitude of shock, you were just annihilating everything. That is the main reason why Spark and any lightning build was just dominating in 0.1 and still is. And fire just like the ignite ailment needs to be better. And it's, I don't know, I say this a lot, and I'm not saying like I could do a better job than anyone at GGG. I could never, but I feel like it's pretty easy. Just make ignite better.
I mean, it's like interesting that we talk about this, because like there's a lot of angles to take a look at this from. Like, I think lightning historically in Path of Exile just has always been the best elemental and ailment. It has to do with like what they've said before. Like lightning has like the I don't know, the theme of just like hitting a lot of mobs and like chaining and doing all that. And shock historically has always been the best ailment. Like it's not a Path of Exile. It's not a Path of Exile 2 problem. It's just, it's a Path of Exile problem in general that ignite shock has always been the best ailment. And if they do want to make a change to that somehow, I feel like they need to make a change to it across both Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. In general, with any changes to the ailments themselves, they are consistent across the two titles pretty much for the most part. So if they want to make any changes, they're probably going to have to make changes to it across both titles. But at the same time, I do think that the Ignite stuff is very interesting, because I do think there are options for Ignite and fire damage in Path of Exile 1, whereas in Path of Exile 2, there aren't that many, even though like in Path of Exile 1 still, I think it's typically considered not as strong. But I think a lot of that has to do with like, one, in Path of Exile, elemental proliferation is a thing. In Path of Exile 2, it is not a thing. And they have stuff that like proliferates elements, specifically fire, but it's really bad or potentially bugged. Like it just doesn't work very well. Like they have the stuff that's like proliferates from the corpses or something like that, and like it doesn't work very well. I've tried it. It's not efficient. It doesn't work well. If proliferation happens way too slow, if it does at all, which I think is a big problem with fire in general, because you just can't AoE, you just can't mob with it, you just can't clear with it. The other problem with fire is that I actually think when we're talking about magnitude, there's actually not that many areas to scale ignite magnitude at all. Like there's a bit of poison magnitude, which is another ailment. Poison magnitude, there's a good bit of shock magnitude, but in terms of like, at least, the effectiveness of the shock magnitude is much better in my opinion. But fire magnitude scaling, there's not that much. And also, like if you think about it this way, most builds that use some form of ignite always runs Black Flame. Black Flame converts the fire to chaos damage, so the ignites the chaos damage, and part of it is because it has a 50% magnitude increase on the ring itself, and that's like one of the best magnitude increase scalers in the game right now. So there just needs to be more love towards fire in both the proliferation aspect to help it do AoE damage, but also just scaling. I just don't think there's enough.
The problem is that GGG has said that they want the ailments to feel different, and they've set up poison to be the dominant, like, damage over time ailment. It can stack, and it can spread with very little investment, and like you said, the passive points on the passive tree are just so much better than the ignite ones. So, like, how do you make Ignite better without making it a carbon combi of poison when poison's just already that good? So that's just going back to Rabbit's statement of, like, it should be easy to tweak it. Like, that's what, in my head, why it's not easy to tweak it is because all the ways I think of buffing it just make it another version of poison. And I just feel like that's because they made poison, like, maybe not too good is the wrong word, but they just made, like, all of the good ways to scale a dot into poison. Like, it can stack, it can scale off of its initial hit, and you have very easy ways to spread it. And obviously, like, prolification and stuff, and, like, we see people saying ignite stacking. Well, like, how is that different than poison? It's just poison on the bottom or on the left side of the tree, right? It's the fire version of poison. So I feel like that's the reason why it would be hard to balance. Well,
I actually think that there is a very good Ignite build out there. Actually, there actually is a very good Ignite build, and it's one of the top tier builds. But
I have
you
a
guys
Flame
probably
Blast.
will never think about it.
I have a Flame Blast Ignite build I did this patch for Simulacrum 4. It could only do Simulacrum 4 well, but that's the only really successful Ignite build I've had is with it was a cheese Flame Blast Mythicatapa.
Yeah. So the one that I'm talking about is the Whirling Slash Ignite build. I don't know if you guys have seen or heard of that. That is an Ignite build. It's not a spell build. That's the problem. But it is an Ignite build, and it is a top tier build. And one of the reasons why it's actually decent is because of Scytha's Spear, which allows you to aggravate ignites. Which at the end of the day, well, one, you solve the proliferation problem because Whirling Slash, you're just zooming around the map doing huge AoE, right? And then with Scytha's Spear, it gives you the single target damage that you need to, aggravate the ignites. So it's a mixture, like I said, of the AoE and then also not having enough scaling for single target. Because with Scytha's Spear, the scaling is actually insane. You do a lot of damage. It's crazy.
Scytha's Spear is awesome. Yeah. They aggravated Ignite. I forgot about that. I forget which build I was using that in. I do like the prediction of, like, elemental damage does need a rework here. Try, what is one of your big predictions you want to dive into?
One of my big predictions?
Yeah, I know there's something you're probably talking about.
Oh goodness. Well, let's just skip past that first one because I always talk about that. One thing that I think they could do, I think it would be a pretty simple addition to the endgame of Theory 2 that would help all types of players get more invested in the game, is add some new types of item modifiers into Path of Exile 2. Everybody's pretty well aware of what the best mods on an item are, and they're pretty bland. You know, it's added damage, you want res on your gear, on your armor pieces, res, life, whatever. It's kind of boring. In some games, some ARPGs, there are special modifiers that can only roll on certain types of items. Let's call them influence modifiers. They drop from the hardest bosses in the game, and they completely can change how you build your character, and it feels so good when you get that right combination. It elevates crafting, it elevates the random drops from the ground, right? I think that they should add some of those to maybe the Arbiter of Ash, maybe to some of the Citadel bosses. I think that would just be added a whole new tier into progression and a new fun factor of finding ground loot. They're only found in these boss encounters, and they make rare items a little bit more exciting than they currently are. Because I think a lot of rare items are pretty dang bland. The only cool things that you can really get on rare items now, in my opinion, are out of the normal player's reach. Using special essences, using the very rare essences, the very rare runes. Those are some really cool mods. Never going to see those on my items, unfortunately. Maybe if I kill the Arbiter of Ash, though, I have a chance to get this awesome modifier that causes my ignites to explode monsters on death or something like that. I don't know. That'd be pretty cool. So that's one of my big predictions. I think they could add that to the game, and it would add a bunch to the end game.
Yeah. When I think of any I can't even think of a modifier like that would even be comparable in this game. Like the coolest modifier you can get on your gear that's not a generic stat is just like plus levels to skills. Like helmets can get +2 minion skills, and that's like that's not build defining, that's not build altering. You know, it's just like that's the coolest thing we got. So that'd be cool.
It's so hard though whenever you add and I'm not against the idea at all.
Yeah.
I do think that we would benefit a lot from like more options for adding cool affixes, but it's also like very hard with like whenever you add more affixes or add more ways to upgrade items or get better items, you get into situations where like I always talk about this, but Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be that gateway for people in the Path of Exile, more so than Path of Exile 1, because Path of Exile 1 at this point is just like you need a PhD to play that game. So it's always hard to find the right balance where like you're not adding too much into the game, but you're still adding cool stuff. Like GGG just has a really hard job with Path of Exile 2, to be completely honest, to keep it fresh for players who are playing every league, but also making it and keeping it as a accessible game for new and returning players.
Yeah. Some of the modifiers can be very basic. This is why I'm a little, I think upset is the right word. The essences they added to the game that do awesome things. It's something as basic as, 8% increased maximum life. Having that as a modifier that can roll on a chest piece that is, influenced or whatever. It's just kind of cool. It's a very basic stat. It's an extra stat. You can only get it from this area. I like that idea. But I totally understand that some of these influence mods in PoE1 are just insanely complicated, and they're very necessary for certain builds to work, and it can be a pain to get them. So it's a fine line they have to walk, definitely. Agreed.
Well, Miso, you are the only one of us who haven't done one of our big predictions yet, my friend, so why don't you do one of your big ones?
I mean, we talked a little about it before with the new Pinnacle boss stuff, but I did my big prediction, and I don't know, again, Copium train, I still do think that Acts 4 to 6 are likely to come, at least more likely than just Act 4. I think Acts 4 to 6 is more likely to come than just Act 4 by itself. Again, I've mentioned this before, and so forgive me for being, being a broken radio here, but Acts 4 to 6 were supposed to, the entire campaign was supposed to come out for point 1, and they said that they spent the last 6 months, instead of working on the campaign, to work on Endgame. So they spent 6 months to throw together a pieced up Endgame, which is what we have right now. And the game has been out, or will have been out, for 8 months by the time point 3 comes out. So if we think about that, that's more than 6 months, which is more than the time that they originally allotted to finish the campaign. So I think there's a chance that if they're going to come out with the Act 4, they're just going to come out with all of it.
I would say I agree with you that, like, I would at the most say it's like there's a 50, I can see it going both ways, or like 50-50. I'm open to, like, that's where I'm at. If you want, you can show the art books, because we did kind of skip that from the start, but there are art book teasers that people are speculating who the Act 4 and 5 final boxes are. We've got this big guy with an axe and a hammer. It looks like he either has 3 phases, or you fight him 3 times throughout the act. With, like, he has an axe phase, a hammer phase, and he has this big behemoth phase, and then we have the Countess lady, who we've been teased throughout this entire time. But these, we've had images from the art books from these, like, we don't know these are the final bosses. People are speculating that they are, though. But I'm not. I would say, like, if they were planning to release the game in 1.0 this year, that means Acts 4, 5, and 6 were likely. And I believe we've talked about it, that they said at one point that their original plan was to release with Acts 1 through 6. And then they pivoted to having an end game instead. So I think I don't think it's unlikely. I do think we're getting an act, though.
I'm gonna go counterpoint. I think it would be nice. I don't think that is happening. I don't think that is happening. I think the most likely thing, and I think what would be the best thing, just like personal opinion again, is go Act 4 and then remove Cruel already. I think that would be fine. I think it would cut down a little bit on, depending on how long the Act 4 is, it would cut down a little bit on how long the campaign would be. But I think just like if Act 4 is happening, I think just get rid of Cruel right now and just go Act 4. I don't think, first of all, I don't think Act 4, 5, 6 is happening. And I think, I don't think that's a bad thing as well. What I dislike the most is having to play it twice. I think getting rid of like 2 hours of campaign wouldn't be the worst thing. So, and now I want to give it up to Try, since he's like dying inside right now.
You guys are massive copium right now. I can't. All right, guys. Let's be real. I've fallen into this trap so many times. I'm just not going to this time. Hopefully, I'm jinxing myself. Okay, really. They're working on Path of Exile 1 right now. They're pivoting like all their company. I know that Jonathan said, Acts 4, 5, and 6 are 80% there. He said that in November of last year. Ideally, they're 100% there at this. Yep, let's get Jonathan. Yep, Jonathan right there on the cam. All right. We also heard that 022 was coming and 023 is coming. Guys, I think they are currently struggling, okay? They're trying to increase their head count. They're trying to manage 2 games. I think that they're going to get Act 4 and maybe fly to Class N at maximum. And there's no way 1.0 is coming out this year. No way.
There's no way.
Where did Talkative Try go?
There's no way. Dude, no.
Why is Toxic Try
You want me
here?
to put on the glasses? I can put on the glasses. I got the glasses right here, but I'm not going to wear them. It's just... I don't think that's realistic. Seeing what came in was 0-2. And the fact that they decided to pivot to focus on endgame from their perspective and focus on feedback, I still think a substantial amount of 0-3 will be focusing on feedback and not focusing on what I think they should do, which is get the damn game out. People are going to bitch no matter what. There's going to be a tremendous amount of bitch. 0-2, it was pretty bad. I think 0-3 is going to be the same, if not a little better. I think the community is going to be outraged with the content added. I think there's going to be a lot of fighting. And I think a lot of what is in 0-3 is in response to the feedback from 0-2. And I think Dead Rabbit's right. I agree with you, bro. I think they're going to remove Cruel, and they're going to add Act 4, and they're going to get people into endgame faster and not have us repeat the acts. Because that really does suck. It takes the wind out of your sails when you're playing, in my opinion. And the end game isn't much better, though, so that's the thing. They got to focus on that, too, if they want people to keep playing. Because I'll get through Acts 1 through 3, I'll be like, oh, that was really fun. I'll go through 4 through 6, and I'm like, oh, this is not great. And I'll get to end game, and I lose interest pretty fast. So...
I'm sorry, I can't tell them apart. Which one is it? Is it
I'm just saying, I'm trying to be really level-headed here. I would love to be proven wrong, right? I mean, we're like probably 2 weeks out from the reveal, so they've been silent. What have they said about PU2?
We never got 022.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Anyway, there's one thing to take into account is like it isn't exactly a 4-month break. It's closer to like a 5-month break. So they did have a little extra time.
True.
But yes, you are being the most realistic right now.
I'm trying to be realistic.
What I will say is that I think if they do come out with Act 4, which I guess at this point most of us are 99% sure, which hopefully doesn't come bite us in the ass later and like get everybody's expectations super high up and then just have it crashing down. But let's just say Act 4 is coming out. I do think that if we do get just an Act 4, I do agree that what they need to do is they need to get rid of Cruel. But then in order to make up for the fact, like Tri said, Endgame is probably even in a worse state than campaign for most people, like they need to do a major focus on the end game. Just like, so they need to cut the fluff from the campaign and then just like make it so that when you get into the end game, it's even more exciting than being in the campaign. That's where I can see that happening. Because if it's the campaign, if the end game stays the way it is, I think cutting the act stuff out is probably a mistake because it just means people are going to be done with the game sooner.
Faster.
And then they're not going to play the end game.
True. I think it's going to be feedback patch number 2 It's going to be a lot of skill changes and balance, not just numbers tweaking, but it sounds like they're actually reworking how certain skills function. I think there's going to be a decent chunk of endgame focus, and then the addition of Act 4. I don't think they've had enough time to finish out Acts 5 and 6. Even though Act 6 is supposedly half the length of an act, I'm just not confident in it.
That's
that
one
would
thing
make...
I've heard.
Sorry? Go ahead.
That's just one thing I've heard is that like 4, 5, and 6 are supposedly supposed to be significantly shorter than 1, 2, and 3.
I think Acts 4 and 5 are supposed to be similar, and then Act 6 is supposed to be half the size and a race to, like, it's almost like a gauntlet style.
It's
what
a
I've
finale
heard.
type thing.
Yeah, like it just keeps going. Like there's no break, all gas, no brakes the entire time, which sounds really fun for, Path of Exile. I like that. But it's...
I just read a comment in chat that said, "Lol, y'all would have hated if we when PoE 1 you had to play campaign over and over again." I'm just gonna mention again.
I was there too.
Someone knows which game I'm gonna mention now. I played 5 acts 3 times for 20 years on every ladder reset. 3 times, 5 acts. You know which game? Diablo 2.
I think Diablo 3 also you had 3. You had played the campaign 3 times too, right?
Yeah.
Eventually you could do adventure mode, but yeah.
Eventually you could skip it, but originally you had to play the campaign 3 times.
But yeah, you mentioned that like the end game changes there, and I feel like that was a lot of our predictions were end game changes. I want to dive into 2 of my big ones. They kind of relate to each other. I've got towers deleted and favored maps as my 2 of my big predictions. What I mean by towers deleted is obviously towers are still going to be here, but just how they function right now, their functionality is deleted. Like they're just going to be completely reworked. I do not see towers existing in the same format, and then favored maps for me are just I don't know if it's going to be favored maps exactly from PoE 1. This is honestly probably should have been a crazy prediction for it to be this early on in the development cycle, but I need some form of way to have determinism over, like, determine which maps I'm doing rather than having to go through, like we talked about earlier, 3 fortresses, or not fortress I like, but maps you don't want to do to get to a citadel or something.
Interesting.
Yeah.
They removed towers. That's at least...
I don't think they're being removed, but they're just being completely changed.
Right, if they completely change it, that's at least 80% of the dev time. So your Acts 4, 5, and 6 are not coming, man. Not happening.
I would trade that for towers being completely changed. I feel like they're like one of the biggest pain points for the end game.
Okay.
At least me personally.
I'm so curious. So, reworked towers. What's like the headline feature of how they would be reworked? I'm so curious because I think it's fundamentally broken right now the way the end game works with towers.
I honestly think the starting point is just why have overlapping towers. I just want to go to one tower. I want to put in stuff into that tower, and then the next 20 maps I play is just going to be what I put in there. I think it's just that easy. I don't know why it has to be 3 towers, and I have to look. I talked about the exact same thing on a previous podcast already. I don't know why it is the most optimal thing for me to not play the game for an hour, looking for a specific tower setup, and like the wind has to come from west to the I don't want to do that. I want to go onto the atlas. I want to see one tower. I see like, oh yeah, this is a bunch of maps like this. I wanted to breach for the next 20 maps. I don't know why it was ever something that they thought, like, without being super like over negative here.
So toxic.
I don't know why it ever was something like, why have 3 towers instead of just 1? Just like they already reduced the amount of towers. Why not reduce it even more and just have 1 very, very powerful tower? More stuff to juice the maps with. I have another crazy prediction here. My crazy prediction is a complete rarity rework, and that will come into that as well. Like, I want to just have 1 tower, and then the next 20 maps, and I know which maps are actually going to be influenced by the tower I have. I don't have to look for any overlapping. I can immediately play the game. I go to 1 tower, and then it's fine. I think towers can stay. I just don't know why the whole overlapping thing is a thing, because it's just anti-fun. It's just a time sink that doesn't need to be there. And that is actually something I'm like most passionate about, because it just it reduces the mapping experience by such a huge. The mapping experience is just bad because of that. I think because the most efficient thing is to, like I said multiple times now, to not play the game and to actually do a spreadsheet, like to do the spreadsheet work and whatever to go for these overlapping towers. I think it's honestly just a pretty obvious fix to just go one very powerful tower. And then you still have the options to go into 4 different directions on the atlas. Because you can go into all the different directions on the atlas, and you can either go to this tower, or to whatever. I think it is... I don't know. It might be too obvious. I might not be thinking about everything. Like I said, I'm way too dumb to have like any type of like absolutely revolutionary ideas, and I know how to the game and whatever. But in this one, it just seems so obvious to me. Try it.
I mean, I'm not joking when I say it's like the single worst thing about Endgame. Like the tower navigation is why I don't like mapping. I only enjoyed mapping when I started using the Grand Project. We talked about this like on the podcast before, whenever I was able to choose which maps I wanted to do, or just completely skip ahead like 10 maps and go to the next tower, it's a combination of those two. There's nothing else in Endgame that is like I'll straight up and just say it's bad. It is awful in its execution. In theme, sure, I like the theme of it, but it is like the single worst point of the end game, and it is just straight bad in its execution. Like ignoring the traversing thing, like you just can't have overlapping towers. Like if you're going to have overlapping towers, then all towers need to have at least 2 together. You just have to force it to where you're at minimum you're more likely, you're almost always getting screw that at that point, right?
All right,
I mean.
Go for it, Miso.
I talked about this before as well. I think that they should, if they want to keep the traversal stuff, they scrap having set maps on the Atlas and go back to the PoE1 system where you have, instead of waystones, you have maps again. But then you put them into each of the little slots and you can run whatever map you want. And you still traverse that way. I
like the idea of it being a terrain. You have they've got the theme of the terrains right now, and you can choose a map of that terrain, right? So it's I don't know why they don't want there to be map choice. There's no logical reason why I could they were rushed for time. That's why it ended up this way. They were rushed for time, and that's the only reason it ended up this way. I feel like they know this is awful.
No, I think this was a very intentional choice from Grinding Your Games. I think they didn't want map choice. I think they wanted to make every map feel different. I don't think that succeeded. I really don't.
No.
There's too much randomness, and it does not feel good. I don't give it. So here's my, once again, my asinine take that I just consistently piss people off with. Like me liking the original dodge in the game where you got body blocked by monsters. I got mobbed for that one.
Yeah, you're a freak.
I'm a freak. I know. It's crazy. I don't give a shit about towers and overlapping towers, all of that. I understand what you guys are saying, that it's so annoying if you want to optimize the hell out of your playtime. Totally get it. Right? Because you're chasing the best craft in the game, as much currency as possible, chasing that next upgrade for your build so you can get to your next build. Totally makes sense because you guys are always looking for the overlap of 3. I've never looked for an overlap of 3. If I get an overlap of 3, I think what GGG thinks people were going to act like. Little dopamine receptors go off. Monkey sees banana, neuron activates. Oh, whoa, 3 towers. That's so cool. I think that's literally it. Obviously, for the audience that Path of Exile has curated, I don't think that works for the vast majority of people that are playing the end game voraciously, right? For someone like myself, it's cool, it's fine. The thing I hate, though, is that everything is determined by RNG. You get almost no choice when you're doing this unless you want to do a bunch of homework, busy work, before doing it. And what I'm talking about is using towers to get the breach or bosses to spawn on the maps you want them to spawn on. And even then, say there's 30 maps around your tower. Well, the maps that they spawn on might not be the maps connected to your current tile, so you'll have to map to those. It's like, I don't want to do all this extra busy work to play the game. I'd rather just say, I want to encounter breach and a boss in this map and maybe a ritual. And then I know it's going to be in that next map, right? Or I have a really good chance of it happening if I put the effort in. I don't get that right now. That's one of the big things that I like about other games, is that you do have that determinism. And I think that was a gold mine in PoE 1 and they have tossed it out in PoE 2, which really sucks. And it seems like they've acknowledged that. We'll see if it actually changes in 0.3. That's my big problem. But I totally hear what you guys are saying with the towers. It doesn't bother me personally. I don't know how, I think it bothers a lot of people in the community, but I've never like been miffed by it.
The overlapping towers. Go ahead.
Just as someone, very, very quick, just as someone who is the big, like, I'm a huge min-maxer. I am so sweaty in this game. You like, this is, I'm super sweaty in this game. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate myself. I play this game 12 hours a day. I am the biggest min-maxer ever. I do pops for 12 hours, whatever. I never did a 3-tower setup, or like I did them when I naturally found them. I'm just not gonna do it. The way I'm sweaty in this game, I want to play the game. I'm not doing the thing when I'm popping. When I'm doing like 12 hours of Path of Building for a character, that doesn't feel like wasting time in my opinion, because that's kind of in my stupid brain, that's kind of like I'm playing the game in a way. But the whole thing of like setting up towers and going on trade site and finding the perfect tablets to find for that 3-tower setup, and then basically playing the game for an hour with Grand Project in order to jump as fast as possible to the next 4-tower setup. I never did that. I just couldn't. And I like you said as well. You perfectly described me just now. I'm super sweaty. I try to min-max everything, and I didn't do that because it's bad. Just something that is super. It's unfun for me. So it's both unfun for the casual dad gamer, and it's unfun for me as well. Yep. So
I've never engaged. I've never engaged in a 3-tower myself. I just don't care. When you see the difference in currency, it nets you. That's when you're like, oh, okay, please remove that. But when I realized like the best way to navigate it, like people were spamming like tier 1 maps on their fastest characters just to carve a path. Like you wanted to only be like do maps in like 2 minutes just so you're going as fast as possible to navigate. It's just like it's the clowniest stuff, and like I'm never gonna engage with that. But like for me, the only thing that really matters is like I want map choice. So that would be like I only spam grand projects, and those are expensive. Like last time I was playing, they were like 3 to 4 annulments each. And yeah, that's just too expensive at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting point that you bring up, Try, about like how you just don't care about the towers at all. And I think it's really cool that you have this perspective that I think a lot of content creators don't, in that you're a pretty casual player for Path of Exile 2 because you just don't have the time to play it. Whereas a lot of other content creators, we play the game in and out every day. So we just don't even think about this perspective, or we can't put ourselves in the shoes of these people who only play an hour or 2 a day, or even less, right?
These people.
I'm one of these people? What the hell?
I just think it's so interesting because like it is what you say, like, it's something that doesn't matter to you. It doesn't matter to most people who don't play the game and try to min-max everything. It doesn't matter to people who don't care about the economy, basically, right? Yeah. Because if you care about the economy even a little bit, it does affect you. But if you don't care about the economy at all, why does it matter you have a 3-tower setup? Why does it matter that, you need to do all this? Why would I even want to? So it's like interesting that it really is true that probably a lot of people who don't play the game like us, don't really even think about this. But it's, again, comes to the fact that the game, that GG just has a really hard job of pleasing both audiences that are the type that only play a couple hours a day and don't care about the economy, and also the people who are playing the game for hours and hours and hours. But I would also say that changing the towers probably wouldn't affect the people who are playing the game like an hour or 2 every day that much. Like their experience would change.
Yeah, exactly.
But it would change for the people who are playing the game day in, day out, which is why I do think that the change actually would be really good change, because it would not really change the experience for somebody who's just playing a little bit, but make the experience for someone who's playing the game a lot astronomically more fun. And at the end of the day, I think that's the important part. Like, just needs to be more fun.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Go ahead, Try.
I was just gonna say I completely agree. It might not affect me, but I have empathy, and I will fight for you. 100%.
Thank you.
With all my
For
being.
these people.
Yeah, well, I'm one of
These
these people. I know. Dead Rabbit, you were like saying earlier, I don't know how to say it, like a casual, a low time person. Just call me a bad
Scrub.
player. Just call me a scrub, a noob, whatever you want to
No,
throw.
I would never do that. I would,
I've heard
I
everything.
would-
I've heard it all. So. I got people in the chat saying
I
I
like
don't play the
that
game
gamer.
right now.
I like that gamer.
Dad Gamer's
Dad
pretty
Gamer's
good.
Mini
Dad
van
gamer.
gamer.
Yeah, there you go. I got to wear my Lilo and Stitch shirt, right? Really
The
represents.
Elons of the world.
Yes,
You-
the
you
Elons
mentioned-
of the world. True.
You mentioned Miso. Maybe they should have to go back to maps instead of waystones. Do you think that is even on the table?
I don't think it's on the table,
I don't
honestly.
think it's on
I
the
don't.
table
I think thinking about it this way, I think traversal, like not having that is fine. Having it be the current way is fine, but you need to make it so that the variance between how fun a map is to do is not as big.
Yes.
Like going from like a steep or like ravine or whatever into goddamn sun temple. Like, who wants to do that? Nobody wants that. So like, just make
That's
it so
fair.
the variance between the maps and how fun they are to do and how enjoyable they are to do, make it so that there's not really that many maps where we're like, oh, this is disgusting.
Yes.
It's like,
Yes.
you get a situation where you're just going from augury to like ravine, or augury to like sun temple to like abyss to like vol foundry. Just please, I'm a just delete my character at that point.
That's low key. Abyss is my least favorite map. But I don't know if that's a
it's-
commonly hated one, but I found myself hating
it's
that more
bad.
than Augury and all the Vals, right? Abyss is just
Yeah, I
like,
get lost on that one a lot.
yes, true.
Fuck Abyss.
Yeah.
Forge,
Yep.
True.
Abyss.
And then you get like
God.
an 8 breach map on abyss. You're like,
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, okay.
Moving
Same
on,
for Ritual.
Oh yeah, for Ritual too, yeah. So you talked about how you wanted. We're gonna pivot to crazy predictions now. These are like supposed to be our predictions that are like breaking the game. That would be like top of Reddit. And you mentioned that this would transition from the tower conversation, Rabbit. But why don't you dive into your crazy prediction?
Yeah, my crazy prediction, which I don't believe will happen.
I don't think any of these we really believe will
Yeah,
happen.
we should disclaimer this again. We're just talking. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
We're-
it's like a
while-
top wish list.
yes, while we are just talking, my crazy prediction is a complete rarity rework. I think on the topic of towers, I know Try is already shaking his head. I know it's not gonna happen. But it is something that would be kind of on my wish list, and it kind of goes into what we just talked about for towers. I think it would both be a positive to the sweats, and it would also be a positive to these people. I think reworking rarity like that is going to be something that is just going to be positive. And we talked about the rarity thing, so I will not go too deep into it because I actually talked very, very in depth on that topic on, I think, our last podcast or the one before that. So my thing right now, or my opinion on rarity has shifted a little bit from being I liked it on having it on gear as someone who played Diablo 2 for 20 years. I really liked it on gear because in that game I always had a rarity or an MF character, mostly a Zoic. I just had an MF character and I could farm with high MF. Right now, I think with PoE2, I think rarity on gear is something that is not good for all players. I think it's very good for someone like me who can just invest the time I can invest. It's insane for me. I can have a character running that can do all type of content very, very easily and also boast like 100%, 200% rarity at the same time. For me, that is awesome. That is not something that is achievable or like easily done if we take our lightning spear a little bit for any player, and I think that's a bad thing. I recently rewatched actually the Still Sane podcast, nice podcast by the way, with someone called Sir Gog, who I not idolize. I don't know idolize is the right word, but I love Sir Gog.
Good word.
Sir Gog
Idolize is a good word.
He's the best.
I think he's just amazing, and I went into the podcast. I watched that podcast a while ago, and I was maybe not listening, kinda, but I went out of the podcast a few months ago, not really swaying my opinion on Rarity. I listened to it again a few weeks ago, I think like 2 weeks ago, and for some reason, like he completely swayed me on the topic of Rarity with all of his idea when it comes to Rarity. And like, if anyone is interested in the topic, I definitely advise to listen to the Still Sane podcast with Talkative Try here with Sir Gog. He just laid it out perfectly, in my opinion. So I'm just gonna say, to put it very bluntly and very, very simple here, to not harp on it too much longer, I don't want Rarity on gear anymore. I think Rarity should be something that is still in the game. I don't want it to be removed at all. Someone in my chat earlier, when we were talking about that, had also the idea, maybe it's only on rings and amulets, so maybe it's like on jewelry or something, or on certain unique items. That is totally fine with me. I just want it to be a itemization thing that is going to be on top of the list for every single build in the game. And for every single build that you do, the itemization will always be led by having Rarity on the gear. Because I said this as well, the most common questions I always get on my stream from especially newer players are always, how much Rarity should I have? I think that's a bad thing. I think that's a bad thing, that you always have to think about Rarity, and I think it has a place in the game where you can still have Rarity in the game, but it's not tied to itemization, and it not like dumps down itemization on every single build in the game, but it's rather on the map, or when I come to a specific area, I decide that the maps are gonna be X amount of times harder, and as a result of that the maps are being harder now, not mattering whatever like kind of Rarity I have on my build, the maps are harder, so I have more Rarity. Or for this area, I have now 150% more Rarity, so that also means I have more suffixes on the map, so the map is harder. I don't know. I think that is something. I don't think it's gonna happen. It's just something that I've kind of recently gotten into of having that opinion.
I mean, yeah, we talked about this in depth in our our Rarity conversation. Like, was it 2 episodes ago? I think, yeah, 2 episodes ago at this point.
It's a blur at this point.
Yeah, podcast episode 2. If you guys want more in-depth conversation about Rarity, head over there. There's timestamps on it on my YouTube. Check it out.
Yeah. You guys swayed me closer to the side of like me being okay. Like, I don't care what happens to it, but you guys definitely got me convinced sooner. I would want to, like, I'm sad Try is AFK right now because I would love to ask a noob what he thinks about Rarity. But
these people.
Yeah,
we can go back on it later if we need to.
We'll dip back. One of the predictions, well, why don't we just dive into your crazy prediction, Miso? I actually like yours a lot.
Yeah, so actually, this is a prediction, and again, prediction is a loose term. It's like kind of a wish / like copium, hope, want for the game. This is a realization that I had as I was actually playing Titan Quest 2. But like I said, Titan Quest 2 was just pure fun. It was just really fun to play. And I also thought that on top of the game being very fun, I also think that the bosses were very well designed in a way where I thought that it's more of like a PoE 2 style where the bosses are going to be challenging. You're going to be dodging mechanics. You're going to be, doing all these things to like basically have meaningful combat. But the thing is, the game just felt so much different and so much more, again, relaxed and fun to play. And I think a large part of that is because this is something I've wanted for PoE, and now that I have played that, want for PoE going forward, is that meaningful combat, the vision can still be in the game, but I don't think that it needs to be on the mobs themselves, like the white mobs, the rare mobs, the magic mobs. Like, I do think there's at least in the campaign, right? Because when you're mapping, everything just dies in one hit. It doesn't really matter. But in the campaign, I think there's a lot of value in thinking about reworking the health values and the defenses of the regular mobs to make it so that the regular mobs, we came into a situation in the beginning of Dawn of the Hunt where white mobs sometimes felt harder than rare mobs for some reason. And like people were saying like, oh, we're dying to white mobs, right? I don't think that it should ever be the case. I actually think that the pure essence of a fun ARPG is the fact that you're able to blow through these mobs pretty quickly. I wouldn't want it to be like completely a walk in the park. There should be challenges here and there, but for the most part, I think that trash mobs should feel like trash mobs throughout the entire game, whether you're in the campaign or whether you're in endgame. Trash mobs should feel like trash mobs. You're never going to be dying to white mobs pretty much, unless you're AFKing or something like that. But then the challenge and the meaningful combat comes in when you're against the bosses. Because I mean, I think for the most part, most people think that the bosses are great. The bosses are fun throughout the campaign. They have cool mechanics, cool attacks, cool, things you need to watch out for, things you need to dodge. And the main complaints for Down on the Hunt really did come from the fact that you're feeling like the campaign is a drag because all the monsters are like, too fast, too much HP, do too much damage, whatever, right? I don't think it would detract from the experience of Path of Exile 2 and what they're trying to go for if you made it that the trash mobs felt like trash mobs to fight, but then, make it so that the bosses are going to be the hard parts of the game where, again, even in Dark Souls, for the most part, trash mobs are fairly easy. Now, it's a Dark Souls, it's a Souls-like game, so you're gonna have some issues where you're having trouble with some of the trash mobs. But again, this is an ARPG. This is not a Souls-like. So making it have those ARPG elements while we're, going through the trash mobs, and maybe adding a mini boss here and there or something like that, like a big unique monster, and then the bosses actually feel like bosses, and like that's where the difficulty comes from.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in the minority here. I actually I've always loved PoE 2's campaign's pacing. I've always loved how difficult it is. I have admitted many times on my channel that I feel like I don't contest my viewers on this when they disagree, right? Like, I feel like I might be in the minority of that. I do think a 5 to 10% defensive nerf to a lot of the mobs wouldn't be a bad idea, but in general, I don't have a problem with it as it is. I do agree though that that Titan quest did feel initially you don't in PoE 2, especially if you go do a lot of us have been playing this league for so long, so we've got a nice bank of good items and stuff. A fresh start in PoE 2 is pretty rough. When you're going through the first Act 1 with no gear and stuff, it can kick your ass. And I don't know, I like that, but I know I'm in the minority.
Just to be clear, one of these people.
I have no qualms with the campaign and how the game feels right now. It's just more of trying to find a better middle ground for people who, at the beginning of the Dawn of the Hunt, were really just this game sucks. I don't want to die to white mobs, right? If they kept the game the way it is right now, I still love the game. I'm just trying to find a compromise or a middle ground where we can meet people that, are unhappy with how the pacing was in Dawn of the Hunt. But also still keeping that, vision-based, that more, meaningful combat situation.
All right.
Right, before you explode.
Go for it, Dead Rabbit.
No, you. I was giving it to you.
I thought you were telling me. I thought you were saying, before you explode, let me get in here. No, I feel like I'm fighting with you, Miso, between this and the tower. So we're gonna keep it up. So I actually think I agree with you. I think you saved it there, in my opinion. If they keep it the way it is right now, I think it's pretty decent. I'd actually say I did a fresh start of the campaign about 4 weeks ago. I got through it with no pass down gear SSF in about 6.5 hours, and everything seemed pretty weak. The white mobs, they fell pretty quickly. I was using galvanic shards and everything, so maybe that's a strong skill, but everything seemed to fall pretty fast. The bosses were actually pushovers. I'm actually in the camp that they went way too hard on the nerfs for bosses. Creatures like Draven, that boss, man, that used to be, a checkpoint. Maybe it's akin to how the Butcher was in Diablo 2. I'm not too sure. I haven't played a lot of that, right? It's not the Butcher in Diablo 2, it's the Smith, right? Shoot, the Butcher's Diablo 1. Whatever. Mm-hmm. Okay, mixing it up. Anyway, he was a really good checkpoint boss. He dies in 15 seconds now with auto attacks, and I think I did 1 volley of grenades. It was crazy, and I had no hand-me-downs. But I feel like they went and overcorrected quite a bit. And maybe I'm rewriting history, but man, I thought Dawn of the Hunt was quite the overreaction with a lot of the feedback. I think there was a bug with white monsters that were spawned as rare monster minions that had 50 to 60% more health than they should have, and they had damage reduction. So they felt horrible. But everything else seemed to be a pretty good tuning. But they went over. I think they went overboard, and they nerfed a lot of stuff. I'm also of the opinion of like KallTorak. You were saying you like it to be challenged in that first run. I love that too. You know, kind of trudging through that first campaign run of the season. And I loved when monsters were dangerous. There was a nerf patch, I can't remember if it was 0.1 or 0.2, where they went and they made changes to a lot of monster abilities. You guys some of you might have loved it. Like the vultures, the vulture demons, they used to jump from like 3 screens away. Yeah. You would hear them go like, caw, and they would like fly at you and just kill you. I love that shit. That's another opinion. People are like, you idiot. Why do you shut down your channel? What is going on with you? I love it. It's so cool. I think the only one that was egregious was the caster that would do the meteor. Like he'd flick his finger and the meteor would come and you'd be like, what the hell is this? I thought that was great. But the vulture demon is pretty cool. I like having those monsters you're scared of. And as I read through like Diablo 2 forums and I watch some videos, I feel like that's something that a lot of people loved about OG Diablo 2 is you had to watch out for the different mob types that were spawning and they all had different cool mechanics. I feel it's the same with Path of Exile 2 right now. I like that you're paying attention to all those individual monster mechanics in the campaign. And then in endgame, like we've been saying, shit just dies. And you might love that, you might hate that. I like feeling it in the campaign. So
it is the exact power fantasy, like you described the perfect power fantasy that I like. Just like subjectively speaking, that is what I strive for. I think the biggest mistake, and this is just my opinion, I think the biggest mistake PoE2 can make is dumbing the game down, making it easier. I actually like the struggle. I think that is how an ARPG should be structured. You struggle, and it's hard, and it feels hard, and so you die, and it feels... I think frustrating is not the right word here. I think frustrating is bad. Yes, it should not be frustrating, but you should struggle. I think the worst thing you can do is making it in a way that you're a god from the start. I'm gonna mention Diablo 2 again. Diablo 2 feels a little bit like PoE2 felt before the nerfs, that the campaign is a struggle. Anyone picking up, and I think you just recently picked up Diablo 2 for the first time try, it is a struggle and a half. There is so many similarities between how PoE2 felt the first time I was playing it for Diablo 2, which is 99.9% of the reason why I fell in love with PoE2 so much, and I still am. I love this game. Even though we are doing a podcast here where we are obviously talking about the issues and we are talking about what we want to be improved, I freaking love this game. It is amazing. And the biggest reason, or one of the biggest reasons, is because it is hard. Nothing is really given to you that well. The power fantasy is you struggle, and then you slowly get better, and then at some point in the end game you just become a god. That is what I feel like should an ARPG. This is not a counterpoint to Miso. I think what Miso had some very valid points. I think what Miso was more talking about, without like saying what you wanted to say, is take the frustration part out of it a little bit, right?
Yeah.
It's like frustrating feels bad, but I think the worst mistake GGG can do is listen to the Reddit crying of dumbing the game down and making it less challenging. I think that is obvious. I think, in my opinion, do anything else, but please keep the game challenging, because it is just that is the only way for me to not play Path of Exile 2 in the future, like for the next 10 years, is to dumb the game down. Because I played like some other games, like ARPGs, where everything is given to you and it's like this fast metabolism, but this instant gratification and stuff.
Yeah.
That is a way to get me turned off of the game in minutes, basically. And I really like the power fantasy, to say it again, is struggle at the start. It is hard at the start, and then you become a god, but you work for it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This...
Totally agree.
I think back to the Dawn of the Hunt struggles, like I'm curious, Miso, your thoughts on this. Like when I think back on Dawn of the Hunt, a lot of the frustrations didn't come from like maybe some of it did come from monster difficulty and stuff, but I just felt like it came from like a lot of people not know like one, the build balance was off. There was like a patch early on that like I think buffed Stomping Ground that made the Rake Stomping Ground build so meta. But like when you think of like Rake Stomping Ground as a build and how that progresses through the campaign fairly quickly. Like when I think of nerfing mobs, I feel like one of those builds becoming too fast. So like I'm just curious, like is Rake Stomping Ground too powerful of a campaign build for you to where like you're wanting that nerf down with the monster health, or like are you picturing Rake Stomping Ground as like the base point of all like good campaign builds and then nerfing the monster help on top of that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess part of it is like, so to go back, and I don't know if this is going to completely answer your question, but I do think that maybe to clarify myself a little bit more, it is exactly what Rabbit was saying earlier about like removing the frustrating parts of the game rather than just like dumbing it down, right? Which is why I tried to say like, oh, they should still keep like, you know, certain mobs that are harder, like, you know, every now and then throw in like a bigger unique here and there, like to have the challenge. Because I do think that that is part of the essence of Path of Exile 2, having that more challenge, like, you know, not making everything a cakewalk, not making everything like a, you know, complete walk in the park. But it is, again, moving some of those parts that you don't necessarily want to be like, again, I don't think anybody wants to be there and slap a white monster like 10 times before it dies.
True.
Like, I don't think anybody wants that. Like,
yes.
That's what I meant by like, you know, making it so that the trash mobs felt like trash mobs, because if you're slapping a white mob 10 times before it dies, that's not a trash mob. That's a rare mob, right? So having that right balance to make it so that you're actually able to feel like the, you know, the random mobs aren't out there and gonna just like kill you out of nowhere. Because sometimes it actually can feel a little bit that way. Like, for example, like the ghost wraiths, like the freezing ghost wraiths.
I hate those.
Sometimes it just feels like, I don't know. I'm just like, why are you so hard? Like out of nowhere, just like it's kind of like that, trying to find a little bit more balance of like difficult, like what should be difficult and what shouldn't be difficult,
right?
Type of situation, and finding the right middle ground for that is where I'm going towards. And to talk about the speed stuff, it's hard to say what I want for the baseline for speed, and like difficulty. I think that Rake Stomping Ground was definitely way too overtuned for this campaign. Like, it just was way too powerful.
Okay,
people were just getting to like, you didn't need to have a build, really. You just slap on Rake Stomping Ground, slap on strength. Yep, and you're done. You're done. You don't even need to go into random like these nodes or whatever. It was way too powerful for this campaign, so definitely not that level. But I think that, yeah, to clarify a little bit more, it's more about just like having the right things be challenging is what I was trying to say.
You perfectly answered my question, yeah. So it's like a combination of a lot of things, but yes, you perfectly answered my question.
Mm-hmm.
Just before we move too far away from, did you have something else to say, Try?
I was just gonna say, you know, the two vulture demons in Deshret, I believe.
Yes.
That you fight the two rares. I love that encounter. You know, it's off to the side. It's completely optional. I would love more of that type of thing was kind of interspersed throughout. I know that they have these little spots that have these random encounters. That one just always sticks in my mind for some reason. It's completely out of the way, but every character I play, I always go and test my current character against those two stupid vultures. I don't know why. You know, I just love it. So I like that level of difficulty.
Yeah, that was
I skip that every time.
Same. It's out of the way. I gotta get to the end game. I have to get out of here. I don't got time.
You took my bait.
I don't want to move. I don't want to move too far away from the rarity.
Did we want to go back to Try's take on rarity or no?
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's literally. I didn't want to get too far from rarity because I want to hear what your take is on Rabbit's topic. We've all talked plenty on rarity, but as the noob player, whatever you want to call yourself, like, do you like rarity or do you want it gone?
Yeah. So here's another. You know, people, you guys gonna hate me for this. I don't engage with it. So like I don't look for rarity gear. I just look for gear that makes my character stronger. Right? Of course, I love when I roll rarity on maps, when I pay attention to that, right? I'm like, ooh, that's a really good one. I gotta save that for a juicy map. But beyond that, I'm not engaging with it that much. I know it's complete blasphemy. So
That's not blasphemy. That's like honestly not the answer I was expecting from you.
really.
Yeah.
I don't really have a stance one way or the other because I really just don't engage with the mechanic. I understand why a lot of people hate that it still it affects currency and all that, right? And I understand the argument for it too. It's like another scaling vector. I think that's the stance GGG takes. That's the stance a lot of content creators take. Honestly, I just don't engage with the mechanic. And go for it.
I think you just fully got me off of the rarity train. My whole like defense for why rarity should be in the game is for a player like you because it gives you some form of catch up. Like when you're doing your thing. If you don't give a fuck about it at all, then you're then I'm not defending rarity anymore. Like if you literally don't even think about it in the slightest.
No, I'm never going to catch up because the people who are using rarity are people who can play a lot of hours and they're already far outweighing anything I can. Like the economy. We talk about the economy. I barely can participate in the upper echelon of the economy in any of these leagues, right? I'm never going to be able to afford like a whittling, right? Unless I get a crazy drop myself. So yeah, rarity, it just doesn't affect me because I want to make my character stronger. Right? I'm not going to be able to farm as much as like Dead Rabbit, right? Like I don't have enough like play time. I don't farm effectively. My character is nowhere near as powerful as yours because you actually know how to craft, you know? So, not happening. Yeah. My crazy opinion on rarity.
Kind of just proves my point, to be honest. Kind of just proves my point because
I'm off the
it is actually not a catch-up mechanic. It's the exact opposite. It's a rich type. It's a rich get richer type situation. Like you said, it widens the gap. It doesn't close the gap. It widens it because of the fact that I can stack it easily and I get more now and Try gets less because he's not engaging with it. Because same kind of thing like the Omen situation. He's just not gonna bother and. That kind of just proves my point that I have to say I copy pasted the point from Sir God, to be honest. So it kind of just proves that.
Sir God is right. Yeah. Yeah, and someone in the chat, holy shit.
Yeah,
Anger Muss in the chat.
Shoot,
oh my God, 6-man parties. I'm never going to compete, right? Because people do that. They go in and they make mirrors the first week. It widens the gap so much with this sort of stuff.
So my logic behind it was always like, the casual player wouldn't even be thinking about them, but they would still understand that rarity just got them more exalts and divines, without even taking in the global economy into it. But if you are like at your level taking into that global economy, then like toss it. Like
the thing is, I need all the help I can get on my gear to make my character stronger. So I understand the mechanic. Oh, it's going to get me more exalts. Hopefully it'll get me a divine or something. But I almost exclusively attempt to scale it via towers and the maps. I almost never put it on gear. It's a nice extra if I have all my res, if I have, energy shield and all my stuff, right? But it's not something I'm like, this is a dead item on arrival if it doesn't have rarity, which I know a lot of people do treat items like that. Yep.
I'm glad we got that discussion.
Wait.
Because we've gotten like the whole spectrum of it, really. Like we had the rarity topic a few weeks ago where I was kind of like on a different perspective from them, and now I feel like we've gotten everyone's perspective, and now multiple people agree to get rid of it.
I mean, they already reduced it. It was already a change. Like the change from 0.1 to 0.2 is already kind of a thing where we can see that it is definitely something that is on their mind. Maybe they just need to have it even more on their mind. We will see.
Yeah, that nerf was the nail in the coffin.
Was your conclusion
like I said,
to get rid of it?
I don't think it's going to happen.
Was your conclusion to get rid of it or to rework it into something?
Yes.
To get rid of it? Oh yeah.
No, get rid of it on gear.
Get rid of it on gear. Right. I think that, makes sense in the grand scheme. Like, I don't think it would affect me, but in the grand scheme of things, I totally agree with you. I think I was going to say another point, like with Waystones, I hate that only 3 modifiers affect the loot on your map. What the hell? Just
we're
allow us to
difficulty for rarity.
Yes, difficulty for rarity. Harder content for better items. Like, what is going on here?
We swayed them all now.
Getting mad. Okay.
Nuke rarity has been confirmed. Nuke rarity. So I'll move on to my crazy prediction. I talk about it all the time. I'm a trade Andy. I have not gotten into the crafting game yet. Maybe one day. I mean, imagine one. My crazy prediction is we are finally getting it, boys. Instant buyout trade. It's coming this patch, and they're not hyping it up at all. It's just gonna drop. Because, yeah, no, that's definitely coming at 1.0. But, yeah, instant buyout trade is my crazy prediction. I feel like trade, is just so awful right now. It's just I feel like PoE 2 has just made it clear how bad their original trade system is, and it does not work with a modern gaming audience, especially when you take into account console players and stuff. Instant buyout trade, no matter how it functions, whether it's just from the stash yoinking it or some auction house system, I don't care. But yeah, that's my crazy prediction. Is I'm a trade Andy, and I want to make trading easier. So yeah, that was my crazy prediction.
I think you might be right.
Likely.
I think it's not that crazy.
Really?
I think it might be crazy for 0.3, but
yeah.
I don't think it's a crazy prediction.
Yeah.
I think over the long run, we will get it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
no.
I think they've confirmed it's coming for sure, but yeah.
They've
I'm
talked about it
predicting
for
this
Preview
patch.
work.
I think it's coming for 0.3.
You
That would
think
be
so?
sick.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with that.
Who's on the hopium now?
Hey. I think it's coming for 0.3. I think that they they talked about in that interview from China that they had the design, they're working the implementation. That is a huge thing. So I think we talked about this. It's going to mostly be a reaction patch again, right? We'll get Act 4, but then everything else will be reaction. I think we're going to get the trial. Ooh, that's going ahead. Whatever. Trial of Ascension. We're going to get a new Trial of Ascension from Act 4. What do people complain about the most? Trials of Ascension. Okay, so here's a brand new trial. What's another thing people complain about a lot? It's trade. Incessant complaining about trade. Everyone has an opinion on trade. No one does, everyone engages with it, right? Who plays the game. I think that they know that that is a hot button issue, and especially just with how much it's also a complaint in PoE 1. They want to test the waters with PoE 2. Now is the perfect time to do so. It's in early access, and they can reset the economy and wipe everything once it goes into 1.0. So I think they might slip it in. I think it'd be huge. That'd be a top line feature. Yeah.
It would.
If that is announced tomorrow, that is just something that everyone will lose their minds over.
Oh yeah.
It
PoE 1,
is just
PoE 2.
a clear win. It is probably the most clear win of anything they could announce, to be honest.
But there's one more thing that could be better, but go ahead, Dead Rabbit.
Huh?
There's one thing that
What
could
is
be
it?
better, but go ahead.
What is it?
We don't need to talk about it now.
It's just the most clear win, I think. Anything else, there's always going to be opinions. There's always going to be people when they release Druid, where people are going to say, "Oh, I want a Shadow, I want a Templar." If they release Axis, it's going to be, "I want a Swords," blah blah blah, and that is just the most I just kind of thought it would be kind of crazy if it actually happened for 0.3, but that is probably the biggest win. If anyone complains about not having the old
There will be.
system,
There will
that
be.
person
People will
is
complain.
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I
that
know.
would be.
You're
That
right,
is just
you're right.
are you
100%, there just
you
is.
kidding me? And that is just that is a good thing though, because then you could be, yeah, it's just gonna be, that is the biggest win I think you could have.
I talk about how I buy the grand projects or whatever to navigate the map. I have to message 100 people, because there's going to be 1,000 people with them listed for 2 annulments, and I'll have to get through 50 of them just to get one person to spawn them, and it's ridiculous.
There are so many better ways to do it. Miso talked about some kind of trader in your hideout, for example, stuff like that. I really like that idea. Actually, I engaged with that idea at all. I think you cited Maple Story as the thing that was a thing in, where you had a trader in your hideout and you give him the items basically, and you put them up for a price, and then it's basically an auction house type thing. I don't know if it will be. Most people are talking about an auction house type thing. I don't know if it will look like that. I think they will think about something close to that, but not exactly that. But
They still need to make you
yeah.
buy stash tabs, so it's
Yeah.
still gonna interact with the premium stash tab.
Definitely.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm excited for that, because it will just be a straight positive.
Well, that's why I put it as my crazy prediction, because I figured it would be like something that would, if it came out, it's going to be the top post over Reddit, right? Like it's going to be there, and like, yeah, that was my prediction.
Yeah.
I'm gonna trade Andy. One day I'll get into crafting, but not this season. Try, I believe you have a crazy prediction, which is actually crazy.
Dude, I have a crazy prediction. I remember what I wrote. Yeah, my crazy prediction is not only are they going to rework a bunch of the skills that are terrible for this patch, they are going to fill out the rest of the weapon skills too. You know, all those coming soon skills in the staff section or the mace section? We're supposed to be getting something called Spinning Inferno for maces, which sounds like Cyclone for maces. That sounds pretty cool, right? What if they brought it in 0.3? That would be awesome, right? That'd be crazy. Right, guys? Wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be crazy. I didn't know what you meant by that. I thought you were talking about like swords and like everything like that coming this patch. I was like, yeah, that's nuts, dude. That's a crazy one. No, I forgot about there's all the coming soon filler spots there. Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be cool. I would love it.
I mean, I think that's definitely possible, and I don't think the game they'll stop there either. They'll probably add in more skills eventually, even beyond the coming soon skills.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm hoping for some chaos stuff too, maybe, with some hopeful.
That's one of my big predictions. Chaos buffs and Chayula buff. So big chaos improvements, because chaos is really bad right now. It's not like in Path of Exile 1, chaos is a premium type of damage. Chaos damage is premium. You want that. In Path of Exile 2, you don't care about chaos damage. Like, what is that? Garbage. Get it out of here.
Garbage. Sorry for jerking my neck. I have my phone notifications on for Twitter because I feel like they're gonna tweet the teaser. So I heard it go off, and I was like, "Oh my god, I gotta see!" It's not some.
Gotta tell the boys.
Some big person liked my tweet. Oh, ugh.
Damn. I mean, that's a good thing, but
it is. But it's no teaser mid podcast. How cool would that be?
That would have been sick.
Come on, GGG. I know at least 3 of you are watching. Come on, drop the teaser.
I feel like that's more tame of a prediction than I was thinking, but I still feel it's a little crazy if they're planning on rebalancing all classes. So I definitely feel like that skills. So I definitely feel like that qualifies as a crazy one. I wouldn't be surprised if we got at least some new skills for these weapons, and that would be a good thing. Like I feel like that would surprise plenty of people. No one's really thinking, well, a new mace skill is coming, right? Like, so
we didn't get Dawn of the Hunt, right? We didn't get any new skills for existing weapons. So yeah. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
I agree. Yeah, no, it was just spears. It was just spears and supports.
Yep.
That would be a good thing.
Oh yeah.
All right, let's talk about daggers and axes, Rabbit.
Oh yeah, I talked about it a little bit. That is my last big prediction. I think for 0.3, especially now, I think if daggers would obviously be geared towards the shadow, I think that is a slight possibility, I would say, that we might be getting the shadow. That would mean that we have the full dagger class in the game now. And yeah, we talked about this on the previous podcast as well. I think the biggest need for weapon types is in the warrior section, I would say, or like in the warrior archetypes section, because that we only have for the melee weapon type thing, that the only thing that is available right now is the slowest item class in the game, or the slowest weapon class in the game is not a good thing in my opinion. So we need more options. I think swords was obviously something that Jonathan said is going to be something that is probably going to be last or something. So I'm not hoping for swords, but we need another weapon class for the warrior archetype. So I put axes here. I think that would open up a lot of the game that is currently not really available in that sense. So yeah, daggers and axes would be my last big prediction. I think that would be something that a lot of people, again, and that's why I put it as a big prediction, that is something that super many people would be super excited about. I think axes, oh my god, whirling axes, something like that. Two-handed axes, one-handed axes, just need faster weapon classes. I see Ingormis in our chat here, so I think he agrees. He wants he doesn't want to. He's not even doing. Just with all the rake stomping around, he's just. I think if we had some access, there's gonna be more stuff to do as the warrior archetype. I'm not strictly talking about just the warrior class, since the whole system of Path of Exile is just more weapon based rather than class or ascendancy based. So yeah, it would just open up so much more of the game.
They typically do have them come with ascendancies and classes though. So if we do get access, we'd probably be getting Marauder as well, which I do think is possible. Well, actually, that's not that crazy. Like if we think about it, let's say
I am actually on the train that Marauder is more likely, despite Shadow being teased in that image. I'm actually on the belief that Marauder is more likely than Shadow. Like Druid is the one that's coming. Like, we all are pretty much like nodding that Druid's what's coming for sure. But like if something else was to come, like I feel like Marauder is more likely than Shadow.
Yeah. Well, they came out with a new class and 2 ascendancies last time, so I'd assume that's probably the baseline of what we're probably gonna get. Right? Yeah. Because they came out with Witch, and then they came out with Tactician, and then they came out with Huntress. So Huntress is a new class, and then we had Witch
Smith.
and Tactician. Oh, actually,
they came
out with 3 new ascendancies.
Was it 4?
So yeah, was it 4?
Is it 4? So we had obviously Ritualist, Amazon, Smith of
Kitava,
Lich.
Ritualist comes with Amazon, a Huntress though. So yes. I lumped that in.
Oh, besides those. Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. So 5 total.
5 total.
Yeah. Yeah, Huntress, for me, in my mind, Huntress already kind of covered those 2.
I would, like, it depends on, like, I'm just trying to think of, like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but, like, do they feel like that is, like, a, like, internally, is that a release pattern they feel like that they need this, like, is that a cadence that they have to commit to? Like, do they feel the need that every patch has 1 class and 2 ascendancies? Or, like if they were planning 1.0 right away, maybe they were planning on a bigger class dump at some point. So, I'm curious. That's just really just, like, how they're thinking internally. I have no idea, obviously.
Well, from what they said, they're not sticking with a content schedule anymore. They're sticking with a time schedule. So, I don't think they're, at least in my mind, from what they've said, they're not holding themselves accountable to a certain amount of classes or ascendancies anymore.
And it sounded like they were going to hopefully get in 1 class. Yes. I think Jonathan said that when I spoke with him. He said, we're hoping to get 1 class in. So I don't think this is a 2 or 1. I think this is a 1 or 0, right? Mm-hmm. And if he's to be trusted, we know what that class should be. So
go ahead and talk about that.
I think that's a good call, though. I think that's a good call too. I talked about this when discussing with my chat on my screen. I think that's a good call, because I think there are other areas that need improvement first, when like before we get new classes and stuff. I can't do anything with a druid if I don't have the improved endgame, for example. If I don't have more to do in the game, I do think that's a good call. We are kind of riding the hopium train a little bit, and we're going off the leaks, and we're going off and we talked about this as well. And I think this is due to the absolute long radio silence we had. That we didn't have anything to go off of for the last 6 weeks now. The last patch is so long ago. The last thing, like the last sign of life on anything PoE2 related, I think was actually like the build showcase that they did or something for this league. So we are just running on fuel when it comes to like actually getting some information. That's how the hopium overdose just happens.
I just want to say, like, in response to, I forget how you phrased it, but you said like the druid getting added right now, like it's not what the game needs, but the one thing to take into account is, like, GGG's developers, like, some of them are only class developers, right? Like, and if they finish a class, GGG might, like, it's more, like, not about what you need, but what they need. Them getting these classes tested and stuff. So, like,
sure.
You know, I just wanted to throw out the counterpoint from the dev side 100%. Of things. Like, if the class, like, it might not even be someone who ever even touches endgame who finishes this class and it's just done, right? Like, and it has nothing to do with any of it.
Yeah.
Just a counterpoint.
Any more big ones?
I think the only other big one is the druid.
Druid?
I think 2 of you predicted that. Druid.
Yeah.
Try and Miso.
I mean, when you guys were talking about the one thing that nobody would be upset about being trade, come on, people, everyone loves the druid, Dead Rabbit. Nobody's gonna prefer
I
the
don't
Templar
want
or Shadow.
more.
Somebody in
We want
chat
Shadowborn.
predicted what I was thinking while you were saying that. They wrote hind legs. That's like a callback to a stream of mine from like 5 months ago when I was talking about the big meaty hind legs that the bear stands up on when you're in bear form. You know, that one clip that I've been just smelling in the fumes of for 2.5 years now. Druid looks so cool back then. Man, if it plays as well as that clip looked, I'm just happy.
I wonder how much of the community's like infatuation with Druid has just been built up by your silly ass.
What do you, dude? I
You
barely.
like the Druid
I don't
up
have an
more than
impact.
anybody, man.
I don't have an impact. There's no way. I don't talk that much about the Druid. I oozed about it when we first saw it, okay? And then they showed one other clip of it when they released the console trailer. The same thing. They know that clip just is, it's juicy. The bear going back on his hind legs, roaring and then slamming down and charging like this. I mean, what a cool ability. Who wouldn't want to use that? Right? It's just a feel-good move. You know?
I mean,
I've never liked Druids.
maybe I feel like the furry community might be appealing it more than trying.
This is insane
fair.
coming
That's fair.
from the anime horse race person, okay? Like, what is this? Come on.
I think he was defending you there, actually.
Wait, no, was he? Was he? Oh god, did I mishear
Yeah,
that?
he was saying the blame of Druid was on the furries, not you.
Are there furries? I don't even know. I learned what a furry
I'll
was
stay out.
late in life.
I'm not one.
I'll stay out. I think everyone can have their fun. I'm out of this. You guys might. I think everyone is about to each their own. Some people like furries, some people like anime girls. I'm fine with everything.
I just like bear, like just the bear in Path of Exile 2. That's it, guys.
So,
Like the druid
let's talk-
in Diablo 4. Oh my god.
I never played Druid in D4, so.
I didn't heard about that game. What
Oh
game?
no. The druid in Diablo 2? The bear form in Diablo 2 looks cooler and plays cooler than the druid in Diablo 4. I'm
Wait,
not even kidding.
Yes, I saw you play Druid in Diablo 2. I
Yep.
just realized that.
Yep.
I saw you that you posted images of you playing. Which build did you play?
That's what I'm playing. It is the worst possible build, and I spent my one skill redo. Right after the Den of Evil, I swapped one skill point, and I realized I can't swap my skills anymore because you have to get to the second
Well-
playthrough to do it again. It's
Wait,
bad.
what did you?
I'm
what did you
Maul.
play?
I'm Maul Summon Wolf right now. I'm sorry, we're getting
We're
way
not
off
turning this
topic.
into a D2 podcast.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'll shut
People
up.
don't wanna hear that.
Druid. Let's talk about Druid and PoE too, because you said that you thought there was 2 ascendancies.
Oh, yeah.
What would you want those ascendancies to be? We've talked about we predicted like caster ascendancies, summoner ascendancies, stuff like. What are your ascendancies that you would be wanting to try?
Oh, bro, it's easy. A shape-shifting ascendancy. I think that's going to
So,
be
like-
the trio. I think you got it right. I think it's going to be a shape-shifting ascendancy where you can branch down. I think there's going to be some sort of ranged or spellcaster form. There's going to be a heavy tank melee form, maybe a dot-focused form like the werewolf with bleeds or poisons. And then the 2 other ascendancies will be like summons and then spellcasting, because we know the druid is supposed to bring in a suite of spellcasting abilities like Volcano and Tornado and Lightning Storm and all this stuff. But I think that would be a really good, diverse set for the druid. In my earlier days as a creator, I did do a fan ascendancy for the druid that I thought was pretty cool too, called the Abomination. Yeah. Could consume It's actually a lot like the Ritualist. Would like consume corpses to get abilities from the modifiers it consumes. So interesting. I just realized that.
I feel like that would be more along the sides of like a lich type of situation.
Yeah.
than-
Yeah. Unfortunately,
It's a little darker. Druid's kind of more of a light type of
it was
They
like
have the corrupted Druid in Act 1 though.
That's what I was going kind of for that. I was going for like a druid who's been touched by the darkness from Path of Exile 1, like Tane and Metamorph. Rip Tane. But like a metamorphish druid. I know people probably don't even know what this is because it's not in PoE 1 anymore. So that's what I was going for. I'll be happy with anything as long as the bear's still in the game.
Yeah. There's no way
Hind
we're not
legs.
getting a shape-shifting ascendancy. I think it's actually just gonna be Diablo 2. It's gonna be
You think so?
shape-shifting. It's gonna be the spell physical, whatever, like tornado
Literally.
stuff. And then third thing is going to be companions. I think if I had to bet anything, that would be a pretty safe bet. I would bet a bunch of money on that, these 3 ascendancies, and I think everyone would just be happy about that. Because it's just good.
My thought was like they could go the route where like each ascendancy has a form attached to it, where like you have the bear form, which is like a more tanky melee druid ascendancy, then you have like the caster form, which is like has all the spells ascendancy, each ascendancy has its shapeshift, right? Or like, it's the wolf version. I'm curious how they're going to set it up. I would love it if like you just had one ascendancy that was just the shapeshift one.
I think that's what they'll do, so people don't feel like they need to use forms for each druid ascendancy. I wonder if that would like tie the skill gems too heavily to them, and this could be completely changed, guys, because the last time we saw the druid in any real form was 2023. They tied so they've gone from a gem to transform into a wolf or a bear, and then use skills in that form to transform into a bear or a wolf or whatever while using a certain skill, right? So I wonder if it's still designed that way, or if they've completely swapped it into something. I mean, a lot can change in 2 years, as we've seen. So
it's hard to say, but I feel also you don't want to tie it too much to transforming, because transform is like a specific, like you said, a specific skill gem archetype that you typically ascendancies are like you could use any ascendancy with any skill kind of like, or certain ones will be more advantageous, but in general they're like useful globally. But if you're going to tie it to like transforming, then that means that only transform characters will use that ascendancy, which feels a little bit not very flexible.
Exactly, totally agree.
Let's compare it to how they set up Infernalist. It's a ascendancy you go to that has a form, and then
that's the difference. The form comes with the ascendancy as opposed to...
That's what I assumed the druid was going to be for some reason. My brain assumed it was going to be exactly like Infernalist. And
hell nah. Better not. Maybe one.
That's what my assumption was.
Oh.
Yeah, there might be one form. Who knows?
Like a werecat or something. Dinosaur. If you do that grinding your games, that'd be so cool.
A Triceratops.
A Triceratops form. That would be kind of crazy.
Be a cat.
There is a Triceratops in game right now, and it does blast lasers from its mouth, which is basically what I do in my videos.
I actually mentioned that on the last podcast because someone showed it. I don't know if you saw that. I actually mentioned that. So.
Pretty cool.
No, I just want to be a cat. Now that you said it, I'm convinced now. I just want to be a cat.
Okay, cool. That's your thing. That's cool, Dead Rabbit. You like cats?
I do. I don't know where mine are right now, but
I also have 2 cats.
Asleep.
The only other mechanic or the prediction we really haven't touched on would be Try's prediction about just having another prevalent mechanic added to the game, just Harvest or something. And I do agree that we are desperately needing something like that. One of my predictions originally was I was predicting Delve. I fell in love with Delve in 3.26. I was never a fan of, I never tried Delve really before, and then I got sucked into Delve. It was what I did, 90% of my time in this last league was in Delve. I love Delve, so I don't think that's probably likely to be one of the first new things added, but I would like a new mechanic added to the campaign. Try, you mentioned Harvest earlier. It sounds like that's your favorite.
Yes, I would love Oshabi. It should be so cool in the game. I don't think that's going to happen, but it would be phenomenal. Not only because of the crafting, but I love the aesthetic of Harvest with all the colorful beasts and everything. I wanted to ask you guys, though, since you guys are captive right now, what is your opinion on grinding your game's promise of transporting as many League mechanics from PoE 1 to PoE 2 as possible? Are you guys still in favor of them doing that, or would you prefer they just start making new stuff for Path of Exile 2? What do you guys think about that? Because I think they're still in that mindset of, we got to move everything over. You guys think that's beneficial for the game or detrimental?
I would kind of think just both. I think if it actually makes sense, I'm not at all opposed to just putting stuff into PoE 2, because I've had the opinion a lot. I think it's a very, very slippery slope. I totally get it. It doesn't They don't want it to be Path of Exile 1.5. I 100% get that. And I think the need for an actual new approach to a lot of the system that PoE 1 has, even though Path of Exile 1 is a perfect game, I think it is just, I think anyone that ranks ARPGs, if you rank Path of Exile 1, anything below top 3 of ARPGs of all time is just ridiculous. Like, objectively, I think it is close to a perfect game as a game gets. So going from that, I don't think it's a bad thing to just take ideas from a game like this and put it into PoE 2. It just has to work, and I think it's finding a balance between getting stuff from PoE 1 and taking the ideas and taking what worked, but not making it too obvious that this is just going to be like, oh, we want to make Path of Exile 2 as close to PoE 1 as possible. Because the reason why they made Path of Exile 2 is because there are certain aspects to PoE 1 that are just a huge turn-off to people who actually want to get into the game. The reason why PoE 2 had the numbers that it had is because it is approachable for someone who hasn't gotten its PhD in like harvest crafting or like any of the other systems in PoE 1. So it's kind of a non-answer. I know it's kind of a gray answer as opposed to a white or black answer. I think it's finding the balance between finding or like getting in what worked in PoE 1, but also finding new approach and new ways to get good stuff into PoE 2. I just want Blight. I don't know. I might be the only one in the world. I want Blight. I love Blight. Can we get Blight?
No, there's a lot of people who want Blight. Trust me, man. I just one follow-up to you, Dead Rabbit, on that. Simple question. You can give, I think, a yes or no answer on this one. Do you think Breach as a mechanic was good in PoE 2, or do you think it's bad in PoE 2?
I think my answer would be bad. I think it's too simplistic. It just when I think of a league mechanic, I love Breach. I should say I have Breach on every single map. Because it's so simplistic, because it's nothing. I don't have to click on a window. I don't have to like refresh a bunch of windows to get omens. I don't have to do like expedition and see what the modifiers. Oh fuck! I clicked on lightning immune. Now I'm fucked. I love Breach because I just run into like a purple thing and it opens. I kill a bunch of monsters. It closes. I get Breach stones. I love that. I'm super dumb. I just wanna like my brain is off the whole time. I think why I said no, though, is because when I think about a league mechanic, I think it's supposed to be more, if that makes sense.
It's unfinished. We know we're getting 4 more bosses, though.
Yeah.
I completely disagree with the take that Breach should not have been in the game. Like, it being not here
I'm
is
not saying
ridiculous.
that. I'm not saying that.
Isn't that what he questioned? It wasn't that what his question was, though? Was should Breach have been added in
whether
0.1?
I think
was it good for
Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood.
I think
whether I think it's bad or not. I think it should absolutely be in the game. I want, if Breach is gone tomorrow, I'll be very sad. I just don't think it's at the, let me rephrase. I just don't think it's at the potential it could be.
Yeah, it's unfinished.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's very interesting when we talk about league mechanics because, well, for me, my opinion is that I actually don't really like league mechanics that take you out of the flow of mapping. So things like expedition, but also things like things that'll take you to a different map. I don't like that either. And having to go to a different map to interact with that league mechanic, also, like, I'm not a huge fan of it, but it's okay. Like, you know, like talk about like Delve, Menagerie, like those things that you have a separate area that you need to use to interact with it. I'm not a big fan of it. I like having them just simply ritual, right? You go in there, you press a thing on the map, you do something within the map. I like that more than something that'll take you out of the map flow or the map progress. And make you stop going. I'm not a big fan of that. But when it comes to like the implementation of league mechanics, I think that it's actually the best thing for them to do is to right now focus on implementing old mechanics. Not all of them. There are definitely some of them that I just don't think are fit for PoE 2 because it adds way too much complexity to the game. That again, what Rad was saying, it just makes it like people don't want to have to deal with it when they're trying to learn a new game. But I think that it's allows them to, because they don't have to think of anything new for those. So it gives them time to work on other things and not have to think about something new to add into the game when there's already a lot of problems to fix and they already have the content there. Having said that, I do think that a lot of the mechanics they're gonna add is gonna be more like Wisps and Ultimatum, for example, where Ultimatum, it's like it was supposed to be normally. It's a thing in the map where you click on it and then you get the little three choices and then you get the monsters, right? Whereas now it's a whole thing by itself. And then Wisps are basically whatever the spirits, I forget what they're called. The
Tormented spirits.
It's Mary.
Tormented spirits, right? Except much worse, unfortunately. I actually wish they did keep that and not change it, but they're probably going to do something to tweak it to make it more PoE2 themed or,
My game developer brain has the if it's not broke, don't fix it, and they have a lot of fantastic League mechanics that can like translate not one-to-one over, but pretty easily over. I agree with Miso. He said not everything. I agree with that, but a majority of them, especially the core ones, when your core fan base, like you have people who, like you said, you like play PoE 1 and your specialization is Harvest, right? Like that is core to your Path of Exile experience, and for that to never be added or to potentially be reskinned and retuned to something else, that might ruin the gaming experience for that player. So just from GGG's perspective, like obviously we want new mechanics, and there are some bad ones from PoE 1 that we like they just either don't translate or something, but I feel like just for the simplicity's sake of it, like just copy and paste the good ones over. One, because we know they work, and two, because we know they're what people want. Like now that I've played Delve, like the moment Delve gets added to PoE 2, like that just like I love this kind of like endless depth type thing to me. Like that just gets that's what gets my dopamine triggering. It's like, how far can I push this build? Can I get to 1,000, 2,000? Like I kind of like that kind of stuff. And then there's a big fan base for Delve, right? Like the moment Delve gets added to PoE 2, think of all the PoE 1 Delve fanatics that were still on the fence that come over, right? So just from that perspective, I think it's important that they focus on PoE 1 things, but if you have a cool new idea that you're like not sure will work in PoE 1 or was a scrap mechanic from a PoE 1 league that just didn't fully work out, bring out new stuff for sure.
And here's something that somewhat sorry Rabbit, go ahead. I'll
very quick. I just saw maybe I just saw someone in chat said, Jazzarus in chat, I know that, said PoE Twitter just unpinned the tweet that was pinned.
I have it open on my other monitor, so
Hold on,
maybe they're
explain,
because they're about to pin something
a new
new.
tweet is coming that will be pinned.
Okay, that makes sense. I was like, why do I care about a tweet unpinning?
Wait, my hopium.
They announce everything first on Twitter. Like it's always Twitter first, guys.
Yes.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't even have Twitter, so you have to tell me.
Yeah, I did not know that.
So going back on the league mechanic topic, and I've thought about this before, but I think something, and let me know what you guys think about this.
Yeah.
What if they had a rotation of league mechanics? Because one of the problems with Path of Exile 1 is there's so much information that you have to like suck in before you can actually learn how to play the game and like get into it, right? But what if you still had a lot of different league mechanics, but it's like certain leagues, certain mechanics will just not be there and only, a set subset of it. That way, if you do want to learn how to get into the game for that league, you only have to think about those specific mechanics and learn about those. And it's not like you're getting rid of the other league mechanics. It's just that they're not going to be in there that patch. It's definitely I know it's like controversial. I don't think everybody's
definitely controversial,
but I just want to throw out the idea out there.
Yeah, I like having a wealth of things to do, and if you see, it's like literally what I do with Rarity or like the towers. You don't want to learn it, don't engage with it, do the things that you enjoy. And I think that's what they're going to really try to do with PoE 2. I think that was the vision way back in the past, is they were going to separate out upgrade paths into all these different systems. And they've kind of done that right now, where you can only find the timeless jewels in Trial of the Sekima, and you can only find soul cores in Trial of right? So if you want to find certain items, you got to go to this certain place. And they've talked about like Delve maybe being the place where you go to get the best weapon crafting supplies and stuff like that. I kind of like that. And if you don't want to engage, you can just trade it, right? Or if you do and you're like playing SSF, you got to go into all these different places. I kind of like that idea. And that's one of the reasons I love Path of Exile. I know this is crazy to think about, but like, even because I'm more casual now than I used to be, but I still didn't play a ton. I loved every league being able to learn just something new, right? Every time I logged into play, I would always be learning new things, whether it was like about how an item interacted with another item, learning how to really utilize heist as best as possible, all this stuff. I like that sort of gameplay. But I know it's a huge turnoff for a lot of people coming into Path of Exile 1, and it's going to happen to Path of Exile 2 eventually, probably at a faster pace, right?
Yeah, I personally don't want it to get to that point, though.
Yeah,
it will.
And I don't think they want it, because what is it going to be? Oh, well, now Path of Exile 2 is just like Path of Exile 1, so now we got to make a Path of Exile 3 for people to get into the... I just don't think that's the path to go. And, like, I see the chat and people saying, like, oh, taking away agency, that's not good, right? But the problem is, whenever you add these league mechanics, you get more affixes. You get more things people have to think about. Even people who don't want to interact with those league mechanics, it's like, oh, if you don't want to interact with it, don't do it then. But the thing is, the items that come from those leagues, the affixes that come from those leagues, they stay in the game. So if you want to get like, oh, I want to build this thing, well, this specific line on this item is best in slot for this build, but that's only accessible with this league mechanic. Well, now that's another affix in my mind that I need to think about and learn. That's where it's about. It's not about not giving choice for what people can do. Unfortunately, it is a side effect of this whole rotation situation where you can't, like, certain players might really like Harvest and they can't do it this league. But again, it's about the information that you give the players have to learn to be able to.
What if there's robust systems in the game that teach the player? Like, this is something that I think they do pretty well with the skill gems right now.
You're trying to solve a problem that, like, shouldn't be solved. Like, this is a complex game with complexity in it. As it gets more depth to it, it's just going to get more complex. And, like, at some, like, so it's not a one-to-one comparison, but let's talk about skills, right? Eventually, there's going to be so many skills and support gems in the game that just navigating that is overwhelming for the player. So do we add a rotation of skill gems each league? So now we're having, like, some skill gems rotate out, some support gems rotate out. If that were to happen, I would stop playing if my favorite skill gem was gone. And it goes back to what you just said. Like, if Harvest is gone and someone only plays Harvest, they're going to be gone. That's just not a good game design decision for, like, anyone who wants as many players as possible, right? Like,
it's a hard problem to solve because, like, I'm just trying to think about the long-term success of Path of Exile 2, right? Like I said, I don't think we ever want to get in a world where it's like, well, Path of Exile 2 is just Path of Exile 1 now. Now we make a Path of Exile 3 to make it more accessible. I just don't think that is a long-term sustainable solution for the game. They want Path of Exile 2 to be that gateway game for people to get into the Path of Exile world and the franchise, and I want them to keep it that way and makes Path of Exile 2 stay that way as the game that is approachable, the game that, you know, people who are newer players, more casual players can get into the game without having a huge headache. Because we all want more mechanics, we all want more things to do, we all want more of these things, but then every single time they add more of them, it is another roadblock for people to get through to, you know, play the game. It's a hard, it's a hard problem.
It's a hard problem.
It's hard.
I think I don't know if I would. I know that they've stated before that they made Path of Exile 2 to get rid of a lot of the bloat in PoE 1. I don't know if that was, like, is that an 80-20 thing? Like,
I feel like it's not as skewed as people are making out to be. Like, I really feel like when they were making the engine and they added dodge roll and stuff, that's what pushed them to pushing this to a different game. Is like those mechanical feels is what changed it. Like WCA, Tencent too, but and WASD and stuff, right? Like, I don't feel like a majority of the reason why they started PoE 2 was because PoE 1 was bloated with so many systems. I'm sure that was like maybe like 25%, maybe 20, but I wouldn't say a majority of it, because the game feels completely different with the dodge roll and the stuff. Yeah,
because that's what they have. That's what every live service game has right now, right? It's just like endless development. That's what they're going to do with Path of Exile 2. I think the big thing is being intelligent with the way they add things and being able to allow players to learn in game. Because right now it just doesn't happen. You know, Zizarin has 2-hour videos on how to do Betrayal. I've listened to those videos. I don't know how to do Betrayal in Path of Exile 1 still, right? Like, it's almost impossible to learn these things in game, and some people really like that challenge. And yeah, maybe there's a place for those type of systems in a game like Path of Exile 2. But I think just having everything in the game at your disposal, you can learn in game, you don't rely on external guides, is awesome. That's like what I've done. I've tried to explicitly say, I'm not going to use build guides. I'm going to just use the resources in game, no path of building 2, no mobilytics. Sorry, mobilytics. I'm just gonna build my own stuff and see if I can do it. Beat the Arbiter, and I was able to in season 1 and basically in season 2. I really like that, but it's a big ask from grinding your games, right? Because of the complexity of these systems you're adding. Yeah, Miso's right. It's just so hard to balance this.
It is, and it's at the end of the day, it's just hard. I come from a background of Korean MMOs, so those are all evergreen games, and some of these games have been out for 20 years. So if you want to go in and learn that game, they try their best to build in the education systems in there to keep onboard you, whatever. But unfortunately, at some point, the amount of content that you just have to learn, it just gets overwhelming. No matter how good the teaching systems are in the game, you just at some point you're like, why do I feel like I'm going through a tutorial simulator when I just want to play the game?
Oh yeah, I've gotten that experience recently. I'm a 25-year WoW veteran who has just started playing old school RuneScape for the first time, and that game is like, for your first 10 hours is exactly that. It is like tutorial after tutorial after tutorial after tutorial. Oh, here's a mini game tutorial for you. Here's this battleground tutorial for you. Like it is eventually like, yeah, when you have these evergreen live service games, at some point the bloat becomes too much. Yeah, I don't know if it's avoidable for PoE 2. It's so crazy to think about like what this game will look like in just 2 years, let alone 5 to 10.
Yeah.
Let's do the build of the week since we're stalling for 2 more minutes for this tweet. I want to quickly talk about. Let me got it up, Miso. This is like what I want build of the week to be is like an in the moment, like this build just came out a week ago, so that's why I was like kind of excited to show it off. It is a damage cap Infernalist. It's nothing too crazy, you know. It's gonna be like a 60-second showcase. He just stacked every busted mechanic the game has. He's using Sacred Flame, he's using Sunder one shots, he's using Elemental Conflux. You know, he's doing the whole stacking, and he hit the damage cap. This is over 1 billion damage.
Wow.
He spent 6 mirrors on this setup. It took a lot of funding from his community, his friends and stuff. But what are your guys like? Obviously, it's just a cheese. But what are your thoughts on 1 billion damage being achievable right now? It's pretty crazy.
I personally don't. I think that as long as you're putting the money into it, that's fine. Like, it should never be a case where it's super easy to achieve, but I don't think it should be unachievable either.
Yeah, this is kind of what makes the game as well. There will always be a point, and it will always be a thing. Whether they nerf everything and whatever, this kind of thing is always somehow gonna be achievable, and it is part of the game. And if this was like not something that would be happening over and over again, it's like what else is there to strive for, right? We talked about the whole power fantasy and stuff before, so this is basically what it comes down to in the end. Like, yeah, this is just this on like X 1000 kind of. Sorry, I'm running on fumes here. I'm so deadly tired.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Unlimited
it's
investment,
it's all good.
Unlimited power. I mean, what you said, 6 mirrors on this? Holy crap. Does he have those people in there to make sure that Arbiter is max HP?
I think he's boosting them.
Boosting them?
Yeah, maybe that's what he's doing.
Boosting them. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah.
I assumed he was boosting them, but maybe that's what he was doing. Was just
to show that max HP Arbiter is no chance against this Sunder. Yeah.
No. I think cool. There's a chat comment like, I think this is exactly what the game is built for. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what's supposed to happen when you have like unlimited funds, unlimited power, like Tri said as well. If this was just like not possible, and it is something for GGG to look at as well, like what is actually possible and the absolute top end, because when you have 100,000 players testing something, there is going to be stuff like that. And I think I don't know which interview it was, but I think it was with Mark and Jonathan, and I really liked that statement, and it kind of just showed to me what GGG is about, and what I just like about the developers so much is that Mark, I think, said is like, yeah, we want you guys to find the broken stuff. I love that. I think they can even do it even more, and to take that into another discussion that we maybe have on podcast at some point as well. And I'm kind of surprised that they aren't leaning more into that with more patches. Like have like, especially in early access, we need more patches over like a time span of weeks and not months. Because this is early access, this kind of stuff is happening, and then GGG can look at it and be like, oh yeah, this might be a little bit too much on the side, but it shows us a really nice way about like how this build is structured or whatever. That is, to me, what an early access and especially a live service game is about. We need more patches. We need more patches because people are always gonna find the broken stuff. Try
like Hell Clock. Yeah,
I don't.
Not
I haven't played.
Deadlock.
not Deadlock. Hell Clock. A lot of patches.
Hell Clock.
Yeah.
Yeah. What happened to 022? Come on. What happened to that?
I feel like I have complained more about patches than anything else. Early access is for the development of the game, period. That is why you are in early access. You're saying it is not finished, so let's start treating it like an unfinished product. That is just, that's how I feel about it.
People
but they're
yell at
also
me for clickbaiting 0.22. I hate it.
Dude, oh my god, dude. I still think it's coming too. Like, it's coming out
There
tomorrow.
is no way it's coming, dude.
Of course not. No,
Dude, there is a
We're all
0% that
Utopia,
I
man.
will bet I've already bet my entire PoE 2 wealth. Let's bet my PoE 1 wealth as well. No way it's coming.
Yeah, there's no way it's
Not
coming.
happening.
So I'm guessing we got no tweet.
No tweet.
Nope. No tweet.
All right. Well, it was a good podcast try. Appreciate you coming on, man. I'm fans of you. I assume this is going to be a frequent thing we do, some prediction episode with you leading up to every patch or something.
Yeah, that sounds fun. It was great. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
So much fun.
Yeah, go ahead and just plug yourself, where you're going to be over the next couple of weeks, where we can find you for 0.3.
Yeah, so I'm Talkative Try. You can find me on youtube.com/TalkativeTry or twitch.tv/TalkativeTry. I'll be doing my usual bout of videos, and I think I have an episode of Still Sane booked with every single one of you. So you guys are all going to return the favor and pop on my pod in a few weeks' time. Hopefully, we're going to be talking about how much we enjoy 0.3 Dawn of the Druid.
Well, sadly, I don't get that pleasure. Mine is right before the.
Oh, is yours?
But,
wait, is yours? Let's see. What is it? After the reveal? It's after the reveal though. So we'll have
plenty to talk about.
Dude, that is that's like prime because we're in maximum hype mode. Everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's gonna be the best thing ever!" And then the day after, the clip channels are gonna be farming, and we're gonna get meltdowns from everybody on the top of Reddit. It's gonna be so great. It's gonna be good.
Can't wait.
Miso, go ahead and start us.
For sure. I guess, or are we going all of us talking about ourselves or outro?
Yeah, individually, yeah.
Okay. So, yep, MisoShirox. Come find me on twitch.tv/MisoShirox, which is where you guys are on right now, or YouTube, MisoShirox. Stream almost every day. Sundays, I take a day off, but during the league, I will be going back to the 7-day schedule. So come hang out. Oh, sorry, Rabbit. It's 4:00 a.m. I'm still not asleep, by the way, at that time. But yes, come hang out with me there. I'll toss it over to Rabbit then.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't want to cut you short, but no, seriously, that seemed very rude. No, Miso is amazing. Go watch his stream. He plays a lot of anime horse games. It's amazing. We're also sometimes we're playing Peak together. He tried to carry me up the mountain. It didn't work. I'm way too dumb. I'm not gonna be the Reinhold Messmer of the crew here. Okay, anyone that knows Reinhold Messmer in the comments. Okay, no. Hello. I'm me. I am Dead Tired Rabbit. I also stream on Twitch. I stream every single day. I stream on Twitch. Right now, I'm a little bit in a hybrid state right now. I also have a podcast scheduled with Mr. Talkative Try here on the 4th of September. So mark your calendars. 4th of September is my podcast going to be with Talkative Try. It's even more prime than Miso's one because it's going to be 5 days into the league I will be probably sleep deprived beyond belief on that podcast. So I will say like insanely stupid stuff on that one. So make sure you tune in. I also have, which is super, super important and my biggest plug here, I also have a league launch event planned for on the 29th of August when the league is launching. I'm doing a 24-hour stream. I'm also doing a subathon type thing with sub goals. One of the sub goals is I'm getting a Val Orb tattoo. So if you have some primes ready, I'm getting a Val Orb tattoo. I also need like shaving head is in there. I need to wear a rabbit costume. I like stuff. So 29th of August, my stream, your league launch stream. I'm sorry to all the 3 here that are also doing the league launch stream. My stream.
How many subs for an ass tattoo, Dead Rabbit?
Ass tattoo? No, I already have a spot for the Val Orb. It's gonna be here.
Okay. Is there a sub number?
My ass is taken already.
Oh,
I would show it to you right now.
No,
but
please. We're on Twitch. You can't do that.
Ass.
You can't do that unless you're a girl. Don't do that.
Wait, I thought especially on Twitch we do that.
Maybe dudes can do it. I don't know.
Who knows these days?
It's gonna be. It's gonna be
territory.
I'm not showing you on my stream, so.
Well,
I'm Cal.
that's my plug.
I'm KallTorak. I don't really do much right now. I really just do this podcast. So shout out to these boys for hanging out with me every week. This is really what I look forward to at the right now. Is every week I'm excited for this podcast and hanging out with Rabbit and me. So at one point I'll be doing stuff for 030 guides and YouTube stuff. I don't want to promise I'll be streaming. I might. We'll see how motivated I am for that when it comes to it. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But yeah, you'll find me. Just follow me on YouTube, KallTorak. I don't have social media and stuff like that. But thanks for coming on for the podcast. Thanks for everyone for hanging out this late. Shout out again to Rabbit for staying up this late. And you know, yeah, you're a legend, dude. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back next week with episode 5. Bye.
Bye.
I like ending with byes.
Bye.
And we're gonna do it every time.
Get the salute in there. All right. Awesome.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. That wasn't meant that way. I just looked at my time and was like, oh my god, it's 4 a.m.
Oh my.
All good. I'm gonna raid my stream over to Timmy's channel. I don't know if you're gonna raid anybody, Mr. Try. Oh
my god, 5 gifted subs!
5 gifted subs. Thank you.
This is counting towards my tattoo.
Works.
I'm counting that towards my Val Orb tattoo right now.
Nice.
All right, we're gonna raid on over to Mr. Timmy P's stream. So yeah, if you guys want to hang out for that, he's a cool dude. Go check him out. But yeah, I'll see you guys later.
All right, thanks so much for having me on, you guys. Appreciate it. See ya. Have a good night.
Wait, we're still like staying like 2 minutes or like.
No,
I'm staying. He can dip.
Okay.
I
just need like 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Oh, we win for 2 minutes.
We're off, right? We're off, right?
We always just do like a post-mortem after every episode.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. I'll let you guys do a
stay if you don't want to
post-mortem.
try.
All right.
Well, I mean, I guess Rabbit doesn't have to either, but.
All right. Do a
No, it's all
post-mortem.
good. It's all good.
Have fun.
I just want to say sorry for when I interrupted you guys talking about Diablo 2. I felt really rude when I cut that off.
No,
How
it's
could
all
you?
good.
We would have talked for another 5
How
minutes about
could
it.
you? We have ample time on the 4th, but
I felt rude
it's
for
probably-
how I did it rather. Yeah.
No, it's all. I don't care. No, I think it was like probably in my opinion, like I might be biased, but that was probably the best one yet.
Yeah, no, this was the best one. Having
Cool.
Try here
Yep.
was absolutely amazing.
Oh, that was really fun, you guys.
I'm glad you said that. I don't know. I get really self-conscious right now about like how we pass back and forth and stuff right now. I for some reason I was just really self-conscious about that episode. I felt like I was blowing it, but I'm glad you guys said that.
No, don't like perfectly. I think still like with this being episode 4 or something, and especially first time having a guest on, I think like having like these small moments due to like slight latency and stuff, where just 2 people start talking and stuff, like who cares? And it's just always gonna happen. I feel like that the flow is just like it's where it should be at this stage.
Yeah.
I'm super happy.
Yep, and I don't know. Just having Try here, with, you have experience, a lot more experience than us with the podcast. Helped out a lot.
I was just chilling, guys.
Try's mogging us right now.
Thanks for having me on. Yeah, I was just chilling. I was just talking. I enjoy not being in the driver's seat, so I was just sitting here listening to you guys.
Perfect. You're gonna get more sleep deprived me.
I didn't
Very
want it to be
soon.
like a try interview. I wanted it to be like
Yeah.
the guests show up and they're just one of the bros sitting and talking. Like that's all
I like
wanted
that.
it to be.
That's how
I
it
didn't want
felt.
it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was good. People enjoyed it.
Chill, super fun.
It had a pretty good viewership on YouTube. Looks like we peaked at least on my YouTube at 203
Yeah,
viewers.
Miso was
Miso's-
about to.
Yeah, mine was about 230 something.
That's
I think.
awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 200 on Twitch.
That's
What?
great.
That's
Yeah,
insane.
we had combined
taking
about
away
200
viewers
something
from
on
our vault.
Twitch too.
That's awesome. Okay, hey, it's just gonna keep growing. I told KallTorak, your numbers on like the first 2 pods, just the views of the VODs are awesome, especially for a dead time for Path of Exile 2. Like I think you guys broke 10K on episode 2
Yeah,
or 3. That's
episode 2,
awesome.
yeah.
That's amazing. So hopefully it just keeps growing. So cool. So
Thank you.
100%. Okay, I'll let you guys do your post-mortem. I'll dip out now. Have a great night. Appreciate you guys.
All right,
See
thank
ya.
you.
Bye bye. What did you guys think? Was that a good pod? You guys enjoy it? Hopefully. Good? My kitty's going insane right now at the door. Woo! It was good. Good. I came in late. Yeah, we that was a long one, dude. It was about 3 hours. We started at about 6:50 my time. So about 3 hours. Yeah, they said that they'd like to have me on, every time they do predictions, because I have my own pod, and then I have the one with Dreamcore, Surgog, and Localhole, so I can't do, like, Little Skinny. I was going to be a part of that podcast, but I was like, I don't have enough time to do it. I'm going to set you guys up with Mobilytics, because you guys are amazing, and you guys are going to do an awesome podcast. So I'm glad it's all working out. Like Mobilytics got them the overlay. I hope they got, a good deal with MOBA. That's super cool. So I'm glad it's all working out, and they're pounding out episodes every single week. So if you guys haven't checked them out already, MisoShirox posts the VODs on his channel. Then Dead Rabbit and KallTorak, they're going to be a part of the podcast from here on out. And they do it every 2 weeks. Although I'm sure they'll do it a little bit more frequently once the game actually releases an update. It's been a little bit. And yeah, guys, no teaser. This is crazy. I can't believe there's not a teaser. This is now going to be the shortest period between teaser of expansion and the actual stream. Assuming it's going to be 8 days before. Maybe they're changing things up. They also did funky stuff for 02. They started teasing 02 like a month and a half, 2 months out with unique items and everything. It was good. Yep, good pod. Gold, really like that podcast. Yeah, they're great. There were some L takes. Hey. Everybody's going to have L takes. I have a lot of L takes, Heron. Nice to see the peeps talking about a subject they're passionate about. Yeah, 100%. If it's too much time, maybe you can restrict it in time, 90 to 20 minutes, but oh yeah, I'm going to do it again. It's not a problem. I just had to carry my oldest to bed. That's it. I was thirst trapping, all good. What? Jamanra should not be the hardest boss in the campaign, and the rest are pushovers. Some horrible scaling there.
At last.
True. Hey, UltraTurk, thanks for the T1 for 3 months. Hope to see more of the podcast. Try. Great job as always. Oh, yeah, that's all of them. I didn't do anything. Let's be clear. I just sat there and talked. That was their podcast. But yeah, still saying we've got like 7 guests lined up so far, and we're gonna do a few episodes with the Pod of Exile dudes. So gonna be good. See what time the previous teaser launched, and they were around this time of day, so I'm still hopeful. I still remember when they initially released the Ranger teaser. That first time I flew out to LA, it was like 11:30 p.m. my time, so like an hour and a half from now. Crazy. Yeah, PoE2 is a vibe. I was so true. I love that first campaign run through PoE2 in a new season. It just feels unlike everything else, honestly. So, especially with everybody playing at once and just the excitement of the new mechanics and playing like a new skill. Ooh, I want that one. What is the takeaway from those 3 hours? I'd say the takeaway from those 3 hours is, man, do I have a different opinion compared to a lot of my friends. I play the game so differently. And I'm not saying that as like a good, I'm just an outlier. I have somehow stumbled into this little position where I just get to chat about this game with a totally different perspective from basically everyone I talk to. Like, I can look at like my YouTube feed, all the subscriptions. I'm subbed to every Path of Exile content creator pretty much. And I don't know. I feel like I will almost always have a very differing opinion from everybody. And a lot of you guys. A lot of you guys think I'm crazy too. So, I don't know. It's just that grinding your games is going to have a very hard job, I think. Pleasing a lot of people. Because people love this game. And they're passionate about it. Good. Good. Thank you for being such a nice guy. Hey. That term has some connotations within the community. Love this game. I want to see it grow. As do I. As do I. For me, this is why we haven't heard anything. At Gamescom, we wanted to showcase a brand new way to play Path of Exile 2. We're featuring the Boss Rush event where players can choose between 7 pre-con... You're actually right. Nugurs UK. You're actually right there, dude. Because they might be doing a big reveal at Gamescom. Maybe they won't do any teasers. And they'll do the tease. Oh my god, you're so freaking right. Oh, when's Gamescom opening night? No way. August 19th. Oh no, are they gonna do that? No way. Could they wait? Oh, there's no way they're waiting all the way then to start teasing it. 8 p.m. August 19th, 2025. 8 p.m. what time? Is this in Germany? What, 2 p.m. my time? Maybe that's what they're doing, guys. Maybe. Oh, I know. Yeah, Heron, honestly. Yeah, it's only 12 days. It's fine. It's fine. Personally, having so much fun not using the popular strongest build and going my own direction. It's more rewarding to think outside the box. Love doing things with different twists. Yeah, dude. People forget because they might not have seen me play. I stumbled into Lightning Spear. I didn't know it was the best thing in the game. I tried Fangs of Frost on my Amazon and I was like, man, Fangs of Frost is just not working out. We're going to try something new. Ooh, Lightning Spear. And it was pretty strong, so I was like, well, I'm not going to swap from it. And it ended up being the meta skill. 60% of people using Lightning Spear. Your hype for the game was what gave me more hype for point 2. And I'm more hyped than ever for the game now. I hope it delivers. I'm trying to be really reasonable with my predictions and excitement levels for 0-3 as to not be let down. I hope that came through with this first. That's been my first podcast since interviewing Jonathan 2 months ago. I just realized that. I should have brought that up on the pod. Yeah, that was the first pod since the Jonathan interview, guys. Also, by the way, Heron, thank you so much for the subs. 17 months at T1, dude. I think you're at the top along with Gardisto and a few other people. KekW chair stream. Was this when I was getting my daughter from the car? And Nico, thanks for the Prime for 15 months. And Cirrus, 5 months at tier 1. It has been a minute. I don't know if you're still here, bro, but I appreciate it. What's my favorite build so far? I really like the Monk in 0-1. I loved Tempest Flurry. It was a really fun playstyle, leaping around with Killing Palm. I mean, they said in the content update timeline, we will be announcing the content of the release around 1 week beforehand. They always do it 8 days beforehand. Yeah. They always do the reveal stream 8 days beforehand. They do the teaser at maximum 2 weeks. Well, what's the right way here? Between like 2 weeks and 3 weeks, they do a teaser saying the name of the expansion and basically giving a really bare bones teaser on what's going to be in it. For example, guys, here. Dawn of the Hunt, right? 16 days before the live stream. I feel so stupid for going over this right now. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm doing it anyway. Whatever. 16 days before Dawn of the Hunt came out, we got this right here. Right? It confirmed the Huntress was coming in the game, and it said Path of Exile 2 Dawn of the Hunt releases April 4th. Right? So this is what I was expecting, something like this with the Druid, or maybe Act 4 today. This was 16 days before the stream. Alright? It's very interesting that they're not releasing anything. So we'll just have to see what happens, guys. I'm a very small creator who has been posting weekly for a month now, just new builds. Call me crazy, call me lucky or blessed, but so many new builds have been found after people left. I'm playing Ice Shot right now, and it's probably my favorite skill in the game. Ice Shot's pretty cool, and you're right. Lightning Spear wasn't the only viable build, but it was the most popular build. It was popularized by a lot of content creators. They pushed that out through YouTube, and people latched onto that because it was, excuse me, so insanely strong and also very easy to build up to, right? A lot of people latched onto Lightning Spear, used to clear the game, and just popped off. No trailer because no class? No way, bro. It's Friday morning in New Zealand. Yeah. So, if we don't get it today, I don't think we'll... I mean, we could get it this weekend. Possible. It's possible. I'm sure 0.3 will be so much more than 0.2. I don't know, man. I don't know. Burning Arrow build next. These teasers are funny. The composition looks exactly the same as the old P1 teasers. Probably done by the same people. They are, Merktron. They are. Oh, it's 2:30 p.m. New Zealand time. Thank you, Grape. Grape knows what's going on. Yeah, it could drop it on the weekend. Hey, here's the copium take. They're trying to find a way to squeeze in the Act 4 reveal and the Druid reveal in a single 30-second teaser that's pleasing to the eye, pleasing to the ears. They're just putting all the love and care into it. So it's just going to take a little bit longer, right? That's it. Although I do kind of like the theory. I'm starting to believe the theory that we're going to get it at Gamescom. Oh my gosh, because they... Fun fact. Oh my gosh, Natalie. That's, I mean, Mrs. Try. Sorry. Gamescom, that's what, so some of you have probably heard this story already. My second daughter was born during opening night live, a few minutes after the initial release date reveal for Path of Exile 2. And I watched it in the delivery room. Didn't I, sweetheart? My wife, did you have the epidural yet? Didn't have the epidural yet, and I was like, sweetie, it's one more trailer away, I swear. And Jeff Keighley was like, this title has been in development. What? Then I was holding your hand too. She's saying I wasn't holding her hand, and I was both hands on the phone. There's no way. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's crazy. But yes, the trailer came out and was like, all right, sweetheart, we can turn it off now. And then, less than an hour later, our little girl came, right? Yep, pretty cool. My daughter will be the best PoE2 player ever. It is possible. My wife normally chill for me across during my streams. Yes, she does. You wanna guest appear on the stream? You wanna come say hi to everybody? She's in her pajamas, so she wears like crazy lingerie pajamas. So if she came onto my stream, I'd be banned on Twitch pretty fast. Oh god. Okay. Alright. Man, Expedition 33 soundtrack plus Path of Exile 2 Copium Theories by Try is a weird but cool vibe. Thank you for describing this stream so well, dude. We've been going for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Oh my god. We are doing it. That's crazy. I haven't streamed this long in months. I know some women streaming are almost naked and yet they don't get banned. This is true. Yes, but do they reveal nipple? Because, you know, that's... I'm just watching her face. She's... Why are you saying that? I'm sorry. I'm so tired. You should have given me that energy drink. That I just lost 20 viewers as soon as I said nipple. Those were all bots that were like boosting my stream or something. And they heard me say a naughty word and they were like, we gotta go. We gotta get out of here right now. Do I have a nice couch? I have a oh. We bought our couch for $100. Used. A used $100 couch. Fun fact, I have been sleeping on the couch for how long now? A month? Our daughter, she can't sleep when we have the air conditioner on and the room gets to like, I swear 90 degrees and I can't sleep. It's so hot. So I have to sleep downstairs with the fan blowing on me. So I have been sleeping on the couch for about a month. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Okay. All right. Everybody's saying hi to you. Durdrex says hi. Right. All right, we've got GGG Vision in the chat. Okay. GGG Vision, are you a real GGG employee? And can you tell me why the teaser has not yet been released? Oh my gosh, it was just released. Wait. What? You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Recovered from a Longberry library in the ruins of Oriath. Spoilers for the art book, guys. Oh my gosh. Act 5? Act 5 is Oriath. Recovered from a Longberry library. Are we getting all 6 acts? Are they? The symbols are of an unknown language. Deciphering it may be possible, but it will take time. Time I no longer have. What? Well? So this is well. Beginning. Noble. Highborn king. Winter. Birth. Dude, what do you mean? It's 10:30 at night, GGG. What are you doing to me? What? I can't decipher this. I was one day late, guys, but here's the first teaser. What is this, guys? This is insane. GGG. What? This is a crazy teaser. Okay. There's nothing. Recovered from a long-buried library in the ruins of Oriath with a note that reads, the symbols are of an unknown language. Deciphering it may be possible, but it will take time. Time I no longer have. Are these are these runes on the Arbiter of Ash? The Arbiter of Ashes? Like the puzzle before the Arbiter?
Hello everyone, today we are going to...
Is that what that is? These runes look like semi. Let me see. No. No, they don't look like the Arbiter runes. What the heck are these? Also, hilarious GGG Vision that you walked into chat. I started talking to you, and bam, the teaser dropped. This is a power button? Birth? Winter birth? Beginning well. Noble Highborn king winter birth. Guys, it's... Okay, well, it's talking about Oriath. We're going in the book. We're going in the art book, guys. Let's see. Nothing that I see looks like these symbols. I'm in Act 5 right now. I'm in Oriath. I'm seeing if there's anything that corresponds to these in the art. Maybe it's pointing toward the coterie. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't see anything in Act 5. Hi, Dead Rabbit. What are you doing? Get to bed, bro. You can do this teaser thing tomorrow. It's all good. Okay. Let's see. Do we have anything? I know. Yeah, it's okay. No, I don't even think there's anything that I'll be able to solve. I'm not smart enough. This is the most cryptic GGG teaser of all time. Anything look like this? Covered from a long-buried library in the ruins of Oriath with a note that reads, "The symbols are of an unknown language. Deciphering it may be possible, but it will take time I no longer have." So funny, GGG. Like anyone's going to be able to decipher this language off these clues. What the heck, GGG?
Exotic gifts.
Well, okay. Well, okay, why are there 2 squares here? Beginning. Why are there 2 squares when there's only 1 square? 2 beginnings? Why are there 2 wells? Wait. Why are there 2 wells? And then 2 of these. Oh, because okay, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Act 1 cruel, Act 2 cruel, Act 3 cruel. Okay. These represent Acts 1, 2, and 3. And how we do them twice. Okay? But then we go to Act 4, there's only one of these on the 4th one, okay? That means now we're going to do Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Act 4, okay? And then Act 5, boom. Only 1 symbol here too. 2 new acts. 2 new acts. So Act 4 and Act 5 are going to be added into the game. Cruel is going to be removed. Act 6 is going to be left until a later date. Okor, thanks so much for the 11 months, bro, for the Prime. I really hope 0.3 is amazing. Ready for some PoE2 hype. I am as well. I'm going off more fumes than Dead Rabbit, okay? Okay. So, Noble Highborn King, all crossed off. If Noble, Highborn King are all crossed off, is that supposed to translate to something similar like Emperor? No, I bet this is hinting at Lumarius, I bet. That's my guess. Because Lumarius, he's none of those, but he's like the leader of the Oriathans, the Twilight Order. Okay? Chief, you think? Let me see, Lumarius. Because Lumarius, he's the first and last Emperor of Twilight. For generations, the Twilight Order has sought to raise the Savior, a hypothetical perfect human being that combines all the best of humanity without any flaws. Bloodlines were carefully mixed and managed to produce groups of special children who would then be raised in isolation. Throughout their lives, they were taught philosophy, science, and every other subject vital to pinnacle mind. Then they were trained in the physical arts as well, pushed to be the peak of perfection. After countless attempts, Lumarius was the first to meet the criteria, a man of total mental and physical capability, combined with compassion, kindness, and altruism. He is the chosen savior, and he will reshape the world. It's not referring to Lumarius, though, because this is from a long-buried library in Oriath. So somebody who said chief, I think is right. Okay, I think I know what this is. I think this is talking about the halls of the dead. I think it's talking about the cycle of life and death. The well has a question mark, right? I don't think it actually means well. You see pit is crossed off here. The halls of the dead, you actually reach them via a massive pit. So I think that's what this is hinting at. It's hinting at like the cycle of life and death. You know, the winter of life is like your death, and then you're reborn in the halls of the dead. Right here. So if you look at the art book, right here, I'm cooking on I'm actually pretty sure I'm right. Here's the pit, the halls of the dead. This is how you get to the halls of the dead. So the trial of ascension in Act 4. I think that this is telling us how to get to the halls of the dead. It's saying, you know, the beginning to get to the halls, you go down this well or this pit, and you have to fight the chiefs of the Karui who live here in the winter of their lives. And once you kill them all, you are reborn. You are birthed. There you go. Ship it. Ship it. I think that's it. I think I got it. I think that's it. What do you guys think? You think I'm accurate? You think I'm totally wrong? That might be some major speculation. Okay, here's the description to the halls of the dead. The descent into the halls of the dead is not an easy one. An open maw in the middle of the sea, it has long been used as a test of worthiness for those who seek the advice of their ancestors. The challenges posed are adjusted to the person climbing down. A child will face tests of character, while a warrior must fight ancestral spirits to prove themselves. Okay. I think that's it. I think I'm actually right on that. I'm not like bullshitting right now. I think I might actually be accurate. Maybe. I think we got it. I'm definitely taking the power symbol for a system of death. Yeah. Like, I think this is talking about the halls of the dead. I think this is something that is recovered from Oriath that helps us find where the halls of the dead are. Like, is there any... Like, what is the Karui... What do tattoos look like in PoE? Like, Path of Exile 1 tattoos. Like, do they have this language on them? But we would know the Karui language, right? Yeah, I don't see anything in the art. And we would know, like, Path of Exile 1 runes. Like... Okay, these... No, they don't really... I mean, kinda. I mean, these kinda look like Kalgur ruins a little bit. But would Kalgurin be an unknown language 20 years after they've traveled to Rayclast? And this isn't like the Vaults of Oriath. I'm not sure. Look at the number of symbols on each clue and how many symbols are on the two big sheets. No, I already did. Right? 1 versus 2. 1 versus 2. 2 versus 4. And 1 versus 1, 1 versus 1. I think it means druid. ChatGPT says the cycle of life for the top throw. I agree. There's 2 birth symbols. Birth. Where? There aren't 2 birth symbols. Where? Where's the second birth symbol? I don't see it. It's this. It's all one symbol, right? Last 4s. Bottom sheet. Oh, there's 2 birth symbols. Oh, I see what you're saying, dude. I see what you're saying. There's like a birth, a birth. Okay. I think Toda teaser, I agree. I think it's Trial of the Ancestors. I think it's a Toda teaser. Two beginnings also. Yeah. Beginning, birth. This is a well. Are these wells too? Oh, sorry, is this another well? Natalie, you want to try to decipher this puzzle? I wonder why they circled only one of the symbols. Where? Wait, they circle. Oh, right. Right, instead of both of the symbols? Yeah, you're right. I have not played Blueprints, Tuna. Should I look up what Blueprints is? Blueprints. Blueprints is a puzzle adventure game with strategy, puzzle, and roguelike elements. Hey, you want to look at it for a second? I can turn my camera off if you want. Do you want to look at the puzzle? I'll turn off my camera. Ready? Come look. Come. Here you go. I turn off my camera. Come look. What? My camera. They just posted it. Bang. They're gonna drop it. And then kaboom! They dropped it. Thus they give words what they think. So I think that's chief. I think winter might even mean like death. Something. I don't know. Good at puzzles. Don't know about Pee-wee puzzles. Yeah, neither do I. Does the wolf do ice stuff? Yes. Geonor does ice stuff. Good, good. She thinks it has to do with Geonor, guys. He's a dire wolf. Okay, yeah, okay. I love you. I don't think it's Harbinger text. Wait, it's not Harbinger text, is it? No way. No way. No, it's not Harbinger text. Now, Harbinger text looks like this. Way crazier. There. Alright, guys, this is crazy that they would do this. I think that we're going to get the teaser at Gamescom, and they're going to do crazy stuff like this leading up to Gamescom. Okay, so my dumb theory, how about this? What if one of the bottom is right to left? Birth beginning at the end, and we know Elva is younger now than she is in PoE 1. Ask AI. Did I already do the podcast? Yeah, the podcast ended, sorry. I got roped up into this because they posted it right at the end of it. PoE 2 Elva is the younger version of PoE 1 Elva. True. 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 Okay, Suna, now I feel like I have to go play Blueprints. Alright, let's see if I'm getting any... Yeah, something dropped. Yeah, they dropped a teaser, but you have to be a genius to know what the teaser means. Oriath is Act 5, yes. Oriath's End Flask? Is this flavor text of something? No, I searched it. The only language that people don't know is Harbinger. What is this? This is a teaser for the Path of Exile 2 League that GGG dropped. What are people saying? Yes, holy crap, finally. A creative use of cuneiform offshoot. Would have had a better grip, but I guess we'll take what we can get. I don't know what that means. I thought that was the language. 5 notes, 5 circles equals 5 acts. I agree. We need answers. Dreamcore, Darth Micro, Zizarin. Those guys are going to solve it. I'm not going to solve it. It's true. Yep. Anybody telling me what it is? Not Harbinger. Yep. Basically this guy. Basically that. Basically that guy. That sounds about right. That's right. Guys, I have no clue. I would recommend it, but only if you have a lot of time to dedicate to solving puzzles. Suna! Do you think I have a lot of time to solve puzzles, bro? Probably not. Dang it. And okay, we've got a ChatGPT answer from Mustan Grew. ChatGPT speculates it's beginning, the world sunders, a rise and fall, a union is made, a journey through 4 ages. Twins descend, reach a walled place, go down the well or labyrinth, find the core, and return. Holy shit, it's all 6 acts. Oh my god. Wow, ChatGPT just, they spoiled it. I need whatever ChatGPT is smoking. I mean, honestly, I don't really care. I really care about the nerfs and new weapons. Oh, come on, Heron. Come on, you gotta like this silly stuff. Oh, there's actually, is that a 4th one? What in the world? They had the 6 acts 80% done. If there's more time travel, I quit. I also don't want time travel. Are there any other hidden clues here, guys, that I'd like totally missed? Like there's this right here that's nothing. There's nothing else really here that I can see. No, it's just this. It's just this crazy teaser. Confirm tries using ChatGPT. Oh, maybe this is all just Druidic ruins. That's right, dude. Copium take, twins, Druid and Templar use the same stats. Both are coming. Oh my god. Noble. I think that I think that it's like Trial of the Ancestors, dude. I think it's Trial of the Ancestors teaser. I think I was actually right. Yeah, I don't see this. I don't see it in the book anywhere. Anything that even looks like this. Beginning, break, mountains, enter, well, travel, 4 journeys, ascendant, end, well, winter, beginning, birth. Noble, highborn, king, chief. The green above has to be a clue, right? Like the greenish tint? You mean? Not a noble, not a king, not a highborn. Well, I don't think it's an antonym to that. I think it's something that's similar to all those things. So it would be a chief. I think that's obvious. I think that's that and the well.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah, hey, Bearcat, what's going on? Whoa, Brian L, thanks for the $50 super chat. Thank you. Thanks, bro. Jeez. Oh my god. I appreciate it, man. You didn't even say anything. Thank you. Jeez. Hey, Bearcat, what's going on, man? Yes, there is. We looked at that abyss earlier. It's a huge pit in the art book. It's the Halls of the Dead. I'll show it one more time. It's on this page. I think it's literally this. I think this is telling us how to get to the Halls of the Dead. It's in the middle of the ocean. It's the chiefs that we have to fight. It's how we get that forced ascension. Emperor or chief both fit as something similar. There's also the idea that it has multiple meanings as well. It could be talking about the Emperor of the Twilight. So it could be talking about Illumarius too. Okay, now I'm on like the Act 5 hype train, which is so silly. It's so silly. How am I on the Act 5 hype train? This is crazy. This is the most bare bones teaser of all time. How can I be on the Act 5 hype train? I am, though. The Stigmata. These guys have some interesting... No, I don't think those are the same. The Twilight Order have maintained an enclave in the Karui archipelago for more than a decade, evangelizing their faith and converting the disillusioned youth of the islands. Those Karui who join the Order are treated with great respect and lauded as warriors, giving them the recognition their former elders denied them. What these guys look like, the Stigmata. They're Karui who follow the way of the Oriathans. I don't think the symbols look like anything on these guys' gear. But, dang. Jason Momoa in Path of Exile 2 Absolute Cinema, 100%. When the heck is the trailer coming? Maybe it's opening night live, and they're just gonna do tiny trailers like this. It appears to be part of a mythic or historical cycle involving symbols that describe roles, stages, cosmology. Yeah, it must relate to the Karui. It must relate to the Karui in some way. Hey, Hung Step, bro. What's going on, dude? The teaser actually did happen. Turns out I was just a day off. I like tiny trailers. This is ridiculous. Let's see. All right, guys. All right, we're gonna look at Reddit. Oh, Natalia GGG posted it. Why do I have inbox? Hey, I know you. You're the guy from YouTube. You're darn right I'm the guy from YouTube. Okay, I don't know why everyone here is talking about Harbingers. It's not. Oh, Sir Gog right here saying it could be Harbingers done differently. I don't see anything that I recognize from the lore here. Okay. People can't read. Man, I bet $15 on a no dildo before Friday and I lost. What is this guy even talking about? Act 5 is set on Oriath. It's a thing. Everyone look on the thing. I assume this is hype. Yeah, the Path of Exile ends. The king. Oh. Okay, this guy. This guy. He's cooking. He's cooking. Here we go. Here we go. We got a guy who cooked. The Path of Exile ends. The king descends into winter's birth. Took a crack at decoding the runes from the Path of Exile 2 teaser image. The symbols are arranged in 2 rows, and there are sticky notes nearby. Is this AI? There are sticky notes nearby with handwritten clues like beginning, king, winter, and birth. Based on those hints, I think the top row says something like the Path of Exile ends. using the blocky symbols for beginning and possibly interpreting the 4 vertical lines as end. The bottom row seems to say the king descends into winter's birth, using the triangle symbols labeled king, a down arrow descent, and a square symbol next to the birth note. Though my full theory is the path of exile ends, the king descends into winter's birth. Feels poetic and on theme for PoE 2. Maybe a symbolic death and rebirth, or the fall of a ruler and the rise of something new. Curious if anything sees the same thing or has a different take. This is literally Act 4 and 5. A symbolic death and rebirth. Maybe we end the act by going into the halls of the dead and fighting like Hinakora and maybe separate from the Ascension, and we are reborn. Okay, we go like into the Path of Exile underworld, the Rayclastian underworld, the Kurui afterlife, and we come back reborn, and then we go to Oriath, where there's the fall of the old rulers and the rise of Lumerius and the Twilight Order. This guy could also be cooking. This guy could be cooking. Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. That looks like a rebellion to me, doesn't it? That looks like the rise of a new ruler. All right. Oh, Heron, you cooking? You asked Grok, Heron. That's not cooking. Oh my god. I just asked Grok about this image. This image appears to be from Path of Exile, featuring a wow, okay. Smart Grok. Featuring a cryptic arrangement of symbols and notes on weathered parchment. The symbols in the center seem to be a custom or game-specific script, possibly related to the game's lore or a puzzle. Thank you, Grok, for pointing out the obvious. The surrounding notes include legible words like beginning, well, winter, rebirth, Ahuatzotl, and High King, which might hint at in-game locations events. Where did it get Ahuizotl? I don't even know. What is that? What's Ahuizotl? That's a legendary creature in Aztec mythology. It's said to lure people to their deaths. Like this. Like this right here. Terrifying. Terrifying stuff. The Halls of the Dead is Winter's Birth. Yeah, I think it's Halls of the Dead. Yeah. The Path of Exile was the codename for the final act. Actually true. The Path of Exile was the codename for the final act. You're right. Oh my god. No way. It's Acts 4, 5, and 6, guys. Dude. I don't think so. No, guys, I don't think Miso, I love you, bro. It was really fun talking. I don't think you're right. I don't think it's 6 acts. That's crazy. No. Maybe we're getting Oriath and... There's no way. No way we're getting 2 classes. I don't think we're getting 2 classes. Yeah, am I way off here? Could any of these relate to a class? I don't think so. Yeah, at most we'd get Act 4, 5. I don't think we'd get Act 6. Grinding Gear Games is teasing me, guys. They're teasing me. I don't... What words are these? This is pit. This is... I don't know. Pit? I have no clue what that word could be. We can't make out these words. Noble, highborn, king. I have no idea what this is either. It's really only this I can make out pit. What areas are around the library in PoE 1? These symbols must be near the library in Oriath. No, but they're not. It's recovered from a long buried library in the ruins of Oriath with a note that reads, the symbols are of an unknown language. It wouldn't be in the library of Oriath. It's not Oriathan. It's not any text that, you know, people know. Deciphering it may be possible, but it will take time. Time I no longer have. Also, who's talking? It's probably the Countess. Probably Oriana. Well, at an H? Whoa. Funky. Someone found it and is translating it? No way. No way. In game? No. No way. Where? Where? I don't believe it. If it's in one library, it's in another. GGG is using popcorn emotes in the main Discord. I wonder if they chime in when somebody gets close to the correct answer, just having fun. Oh my gosh. I think it's about the Halls of the Dead picture in the art book. I agree. I think it's the Halls of the Dead. Do I have to rejoin the Path of Exile Discord to see like people going crazy speculating? Because I'm not smart enough. Oh my gosh, Gav might be right. Where I just saw Gav. They're getting rid of the well confirmed. Oh my god. True. This is the first time this language has ever appeared. I thought so. Okay, alright. Do we have some like smart people in the Path of Exile Discord? Alright. Alright, let's see. I haven't been on the Path of Exile Discord in forever. Path of Exile Discord. I'm gonna observe the smart people. Alright. Accept as talkative try. Yep, I'm in. Alright, let's customize my experience. I just care about Path of Exile 2. I play on Windows. I'll just take everything. Finish. Alright, I'm going in. I'm going in. Alright. Alright, let's see. To general. Alright, let's see. Okay, we got one person who massively cooked. Massively cooked. I need to show this to all of you. This is good. You guys ready for this? You guys ready? Path of Exile 4 confirmed. Wow. Wow. PoE 4 absolutely confirmed. So true. Is there text carved into the stone? Rue is a cat in the stone. This is absolutely crazy. There's no way I'm gonna solve this. Yeah, people are just going crazy. I don't know if there's a way you can solve this. Maybe. What the? Could it be Act 5? I see some people discussing, you know, Act 5. I mean, guys, did we solve it instantly? Did we, like, get it? Oh. No, that's not the same runes. Could it just be like a druidic thing? Maybe it's confirming the druid. What is like druidic as a language? What does it look like? Like druidic language text. What does druidic look like? Well, that looks kind of like a little druidic to me. That little druidic, you know? Maybe. No, I have no idea. Oh my god. Where'd it go? There it goes. Okay. Someone posted a brighter image in the Discord. It's 2 pieces of paper, so try to view them separate. Oh my god, it is 2 pieces of paper. Oh. It's 2 pieces of paper. Act 4, Act 5. I have watched 2 videos on the pirate software drama, and now I have Quinn Theo's videos constantly in my feed. I watched 2 videos on it. Alright, and one of them was a Quinn reaction. And now my feed is destroyed forever. What? Okay, I'm a Quinn enjoyer, okay? Come on, sue me. But is it 2 pieces of paper? What about the other post-its? Maybe the 6th act. Oh my god. Guys, I have no idea. I have no clue, guys, but I'm glad they're teasing it. I'm excited for the teaser for tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be a good teaser tomorrow. I'm sure they're going to continue this. Let's see. ChatGPT says it's not Harbinger. Yeah, obviously it's not Harbinger. The same image brightened. Here you go, guys. Someone in the Discord posted it brightened. I don't think that's helping. I don't think that's helping. There are 5 clue papers, 5 acts confirmed. This does not help anything here. It's just brighter. This is like my puzzle box all over again, except I'm making no progress. This must be the note with the text written on it. The word under winter looks like large. Large, farge, large, farge. No, what's a synonym of winter that has G in it? I'll ask ChatGPT. Synonym of winter with a G in it. Aig season. Aig season. Gelid. Extremely cold. Okay, you're no help. Synonyms of winter. Cold time, winter time, frost season, frigid. No. No, none of those things. Could be spring and they changed it to a different season. As a newcomer, I've been hearing Act 4 is a tribal island. Yeah, it's like an island hopping theme. There's lots of different biomes, and we're interacting with Kuduri tribes. Act 5 is a city. It's Oriath. It's the ruins of a city that's been reformed. We don't know what Act 6 is. Act 6 is supposed to be a race to the finish, shorter than the rest. And spoiler, spoiler, spoiler. What's underneath the two papers? Probably the note that they're talking about. Oh my god, somebody inverted everything. Original, wait, Nico, is this Nico in the chat right now? I think this is the Nico in the chat. Original, high contrast, high saturation, high brightness. Grayscale, inverted. It is you. Man, there you go. We're going crazy. Winter of the World. Maybe that's what, yep, that's like one of the first cataclysms. Yeah, you're killing it, Nico. Holy shoot. Ulaman, Sovereign of the Well. Dude, actually, Abyss would be kind of cool. Abyss would be pretty sweet. If this is like an Abyss hint. Dude, what if it is Abyss? Let's look at that again. Like, could the Abyss creatures be writing in this? The Primevals? Because they're like... It was Primevals, then it was the Abyss people. Like, Lord, Noble, Highborn King, Lord, the beginning of the world, and then an Abyss formed. And then all the Abyssal Lords won, and then there was a winter of the world and a big apocalypse, and then the world was reborn. Maybe it's hinting towards freaking Abyss League. What if it's teasing Act 6? Bro, we have no idea what Act 6 is, besides it seems it's gonna be crazy. Can we get an audio analysis of that still image real quick? Wait. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Kira. No Act 6 in the book. No. Are you talking about this image? It's a piece of parchment. Two pieces of parchment on top of another piece of parchment with sticky notes. Oh, it's a joke. Bro, I'm tired. I'm sorry. I wonder if it's a deep cut for the lore. Okay. Oh, look. Here we go. Some PoE 2 lore. Doom, enhance. These fair plains became barren and lightless, a time those generations called the winter of the world. 1,000 years of ice brought hardship and suffering, but that was only the beginning. To the south, the foreign tyrant An fell, and horrible creatures flooded forth under this darkness, seemingly born of bone and blood and foul magic from Zarka. Uh-huh. Yeah, guys, I'm not sure. At the end of the last act, there's a big explosion. Do we get flown somewhere or something? No, we escape below, under a ziggurat. I'm sorry, Kira. 5 parts, 6 counting the papers on top. Okay. I have no clue what it could be, guys. But it's cool that Grinding Your Games is doing teasers. Isn't it? Man, my posture's really bad. You can tell I'm tired because my posture just gets absolutely horrendous. thank you all for tuning into this stream. Holy crap, we've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Holy crap. I appreciate you guys all tuning in. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It was a nice chill podcast followed by some cool speculation. Nice teaser from Grinding Your Games. We're gonna raid somebody. We're gonna raid somebody today. I think that Miso raided this person named Timmy. I have not heard of Timmy. We're gonna raid Timmy. So go give Timmy some love. He's playing hardcore in a private league. All right, Path of Exile 2. Thank you all so much for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I have a few fun videos planned, as well as some more exciting content. Of course, podcasts with everybody, the streams. We're going to stream the Druid when it releases all day on August 29th. Oh, no, let's close. Kidding. I have no idea what's coming. Hopefully it's the Druid. I'll see you all then. Thank you so much for watching. Have a wonderful night. I appreciate it, you guys. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Adios.